eyes of the free world are on President Johnson. The demands of the office have made many men great. Mr. Johnson brings to his task the experience of 30 years on Capitol Hill and the respect of all men in the halls of Congress. An era in America's life has ended, and a new one begins.
Coming up next, it's a House Government Operations Subcommittee hearing on the management of the Department of Housing and Urban Development during the tenure of former HUD Secretary Samuel Pierce. The Government Operations Subcommittee on Employment and Housing, chaired by California Democrat Tom Lantos, heard testimony from former HUD officials Thomas Demery and Gerald Kisner.
Subcommittee on Housing and Employment will please come to order. On May 8, 1989, a little more than a year ago, the Employment and Housing Subcommittee held the first in a series of hearings on abuses, influence peddling, and mismanagement at HUD during the administration of Secretary Pierce. During the past year, we have held 25 hearings. We have had more than 114 hours of hearings. We have heard from 44 witnesses. Rather, I should say 44 witnesses have appeared before the subcommittee, since several witnesses invoked their Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, and we did not hear testimony from them. Dozens of other individuals, both inside and outside of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, have been interviewed by subcommittee staff as part of our investigation. In many ways, we have come full circle in our hearings. Mr. Thomas Demery, former HUD Assistant Secretary for Housing, who was a witness at that first hearing on May 8, 1989, is again testifying before us today. For the record, let me say that Mr. Demery is again appearing on a voluntary basis, and the subcommittee appreciates his cooperation. Early last year, after Secretary Pierce testified that he was unaware that HUD programs were in total disrepair, I likened him to the Maytag repairman, sitting in his office, watching television, waiting for the phone to ring, for someone to tell him that some of the HUD programs were out of order and needed major repairs. However, after hearing testimony from Shirley Wiseman and Janet Hale and Gerald Carmen and Du Bois Gilliam, it appears that rather than the Maytag repairman, the proper analogy should be Mr. Goodwrench. If you have a problem, he can fix it. We will hear testimony today from Mr. Demery about a January 13, 1987 meeting that he had with Secretary Pierce in the Secretary's office with Deborah Dean present. The topic of discussion at that meeting was, whose MUD rehab program is it? In other words, did the decision-making power and control over the millions of dollars of discretionary MUD rehab funds rest with the Secretary or with the Assistant Secretary for Housing? It was at this meeting that Secretary Pierce told Mr. Demery that he, Secretary Pierce, wanted to know who was behind each Section 8 moderate rehabilitation project. It was also at this meeting that Mr. Demery asked Secretary Pierce how he would know if there were a project in which the Secretary had an interest. And Secretary Pierce replied that he would speak through Ms. Dean. Our second witness today is Mr. Gerald Kisner, who served as HUD Deputy General Counsel from June 1983 until February 1985. Like many other HUD alumni, Mr. Kisner worked as a consultant and, using his connections at HUD, cashed in on the MUD rehab program, receiving several $100,000 in fees. Emanuel Seller, the longtime chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, entitled his autobiography, "You Never Leave Brooklyn." For many HUD alumni, the story is, you never leave HUD. At our hearings 2 weeks ago with former HUD Deputy Assistant Secretary Du Bois Gilliam, I extended an invitation to developer Leonard Briscoe to appear before the subcommittee. Immediately thereafter, Mr. Briscoe contacted the subcommittee by phone and accepted that invitation. Mr. Briscoe indicated that he was eager, quote, to clear his good name, to set the record straight, and to discuss in detail racism at HUD, end quote. Mr. Briscoe stated that he had previously made plans to be out of the country this week and therefore could not appear at today's hearing. As has been our practice since these hearings began, we have tried as much as possible to accommodate witnesses. Accordingly, we arranged to schedule another hearing in mid-June at which Mr. Briscoe has agreed to appear. Our next HUD hearing will be on Thursday, June 21, at which time, in addition to Mr. Briscoe, we will hear testimony from Florida developer Jeffrey Auslander and other witnesses. As chairman of this subcommittee, I am delighted and extremely pleased to announce that former Attorney General, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Health, Education and Welfare, Elliot Richardson, and the former distinguished chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, Mr. Paul Volcker, have agreed to appear at the June 21 hearing to discuss policy lessons to be learned from the HUD scandal as it impacts on federal employees. Congressman Shays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no statement and just look forward to the hearing.
Congressman Martinez.
Same, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Demery, if I might ask you to please stand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to offer is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Demery, for the record, would you be so kind and identify counsel accompanying you?
Yes. To my left is Jairus Leonard.
Mr. Leonard, we are pleased to have you. And as on earlier occasions, your entire prepared statement, Ms. Demery, will be entered in the record, and you may proceed in any way you choose.
Well, with the chair's permission, I would like to just read it a little bit.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, today marks my third voluntary appearance before your subcommittee over the last 13 months to answer questions concerning matters during my tenure at HUD as Assistant Secretary for Housing, Federal Housing Commissioner from October 21st, 1986 to January 21st, 1989. As in the past, my cooperation and assistance are direct, immediate, and totally forthcoming, offered willingly without the threat or action of a subpoena. In the time I've had to reflect on these proceedings, I've attempted to put into perspective what I knew concerning the management of the moderate rehabilitation program while at HUD, and what I've learned since leaving HUD by following the testimony before your subcommittee. These hearings have been revealing, not only for the subcommittee, the press, the American public, but for me as well. Testimony by Mr. Gilliam and others has shown how HUD was managed by very few people. Only a small coterie was in charge. Testimony and documents have revealed how, prior to my October 1986 appointment, during the 2 years my position was vacant, authority of the Assistant Secretary for Housing was usurped and redirected by and to Hunter Cushing, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Multifamily Housing Programs, and Deborah Gordine, Executive Assistant to the Secretary. Mr. Gilliam described how the political machine at HUD was rolling long before I got there and kept rolling with the same small group even after my arrival. Mr. Gilliam, along with others questioned by the subcommittee as to their political connections at HUD, have stated that I was not a part of HUD's political trough. Even inside the administration, political requests were directed to Mr. Cushing, Ms. Dean, or the Secretary. Discussions with me centered solely on the merits of PHA requests, not political considerations. Even some of those discussions proved to be false, as Mr. Gilliam has testified that he lied to me about the merits of his request for certificates to Omaha, Nebraska. How could this political activity have gone on without my knowledge? Or if I knew about it, why didn't I try and stop it? I hope to answer these questions today. I did not know, I knew that Mr. Cushing was Deborah Dean's operative. I did not know until last week's hearing of Mr. Gilliam's close relationship and control of Mr. Cushing. I tried to suspend and fire Hunter Cushing for his overt political actions, poor job performance, and disregard for housing needs. Both Ms. Dean and Secretary Pierce denied me the necessary authority to do so. During the first 2 months as Assistant Secretary for Housing, documentation for MOD rehab funding decisions consisted of scraps of paper listing various PHAs which Ms. Dean would hand me and tell me, quote, the Secretary wants these requests funded, and I believe at my first appearance I submitted those for the record. Whenever I challenged her directives, Ms. Dean would question my loyalty to the Secretary. Finally, after only 3 months on the job, on January 12, 1987, I insisted on a face-to-face meeting with Secretary Pierce to discuss MOD Rehab Program authority. The meeting was set for January 13, 1987. The agenda included how the MOD Rehab Program was supposed to run and who, either Demery or Dean, was to direct my deputy, Hunter Cushing. At that meeting, when reviewing specific MOD Rehab Program funding recommendations, Secretary Pierce wanted to know, quote, who was behind each MOD Rehab request. At that time, I realized that political considerations were to be a factor in the award of MOD Rehab units as viewed by Secretary Pierce.
May I stop you there for a minute? You're stating that at that time I realized that political considerations were to be a factor in the award of MOD rehab units as viewed by Secretary Pierce. Was this the first time you became aware of the fact that decisions were made on political grounds?
I had only been there, as I said, 3 months. Prior to that time, I had received a number of pieces of paper with funding directives on them. There was not a lot of discussion between Ms. Dean and I about the whys and the wherefores. It's entirely possible during those discussions, one of the things mentioned could have been some political support. However, it was not. There was so much going on, being new to the job, trying to get my hands around the job, that the reality of, quote, political weight and political considerations really, if it was said in my presence, I heard it, I never really thought about it. At that meeting is when it came into focus.
It penetrated.
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
His responses concerning the question of my program authority centered on the following. 1, the MOD Rehab Program was his to run as he wanted. 2,
were those the terms he used, Mr. Demery, or terms similar to those?
Terms to that effect.
Terms to that effect.
2, program authority had not been delegated to me as Assistant Secretary for Housing. 3, a selection committee comprised of the Undersecretary, which at that time was vacant, so the General Counsel, Mike Dorsey, would serve as a substitute for the vacant Undersecretary position, the Assistant Secretary for Housing, me, and Secretary Pierce's Executive Assistant, Deborah Dean, would meet to review future mod rehab requests. 4, Secretary Pierce would speak through Ms. Dean to this committee. And 5, he wanted me to try and work it out with Cushing. Those were my instructions from Secretary Pierce. These instructions were reiterated in a January 13, 1987 memo from Deborah Dean to Secretary Pierce, which stated, quote, "You have all the power authorized to the department, and even when you delegate authority, you still have concurrent authority with the assistant secretaries. In other words, it's so much yours, you can't even give it away. OGC can find no document that says you have ever delegated authority over mod rehab to anyone. You have sole responsibility for that program," close quote. By the Secretary's inclusion of HUD's General Counsel on this selection committee, I had no reason whatsoever to doubt the legitimacy of those directives. While assuming the process Secretary Pierce outlined to be proper, I remained unhappy with the meeting's outcome and worked to reform the subjective nature of mod rehab selections. It took 1 year. My reforms were presented to and approved by Secretary Pierce in February 1988 and became effective with the issuance of my March 25, 1988 memo totally restructuring the mod rehab selection process. Every funding decision and example of political influence which has been discussed during these 25 hearings over these past many months originated prior to that reform memo being issued and date back to 2 years before my arrival at HUD. To the best of my knowledge, none of the 88 funding decisions made since March 25, 1988 have been deemed subjective or politically motivated.
Could I stop you there for a second? Earlier in your testimony, you indicate that Secretary Pierce retained full control of the funding decisions. Is that correct, Mr.?
Correct.
You indicate that you basically had no authority to make any of those decisions except as directed by Secretary Pierce through Ms. Dean.
I had authority as a member of the selection committee to make recommendations.
Right, right. But the Secretary retained authority.
All selection committee recommendations had to be approved by Secretary Pierce.
Now, are you suggesting that since you prepared the memo which regularized the procedure, the Secretary simply yielded to this memo and following the preparation of the memo, no political considerations were brought to bear on the decisions?
In February of 1988, when I met with Secretary Pierce to review the restructuring of the mod rehab program,
yes,
we discussed the content of that memoranda and the systems and procedures which would be put in place. Instead of a top-down process, which it was replacing, it was a bottom-up process. Requests would come in to the staff would review it, it would go through a series of reviews and a numeric score would be assigned to each application. That process really had little discretion, if any, left to it. And that was the process that Secretary Pierce had agreed to.
Well,
So,
why would the Secretary, after having for years viewed this program as his own private program, through which he was dishing out political favors, suddenly see the light by virtue of having received a memorandum? I mean, certainly an individual of his experience and his grasp of the political realities clearly understood long before receiving this memo that the program was not supposed to work the way he was running it. What made him see the light?
well, I won't presume to know
No, but
how
what
he
is,
characterized it.
what
but
is
in
your
this-
guess? What is
In
your guess?
September of 1988, I issued a memorandum to the field outlining how the mod rehab process was going to work for fiscal year '88. Included in that memo was a requirement.
Could you just state September 87 or
I'm sorry. I issued a memorandum in September '87 that outlined how the procedures for fiscal year 1988 under the mod rehab program was going to work. Contained in that memorandum was a requirement of the field office to perform or to supply an administrative record on 3 elements that I felt were important to be added to the decision-making process. The 3 elements that they needed to speak to were PHA capability, previous underfunding of assisted housing in relation to other localities, and what special purposes as delineated in Section 213D4 of the regulations the PHA request complied with. I then sent that memo to the Office of General Counsel and asked them to make sure that it complied with all the rules. In December, I got back a response from General Counsel, it was December 22nd, that in fact the memoranda did not comply with all the rules, that there were regulations that were in place that required a rating and a ranking system, which the memorandum was obviously silent to because I didn't know that. That was the first time, at least since I was at HUD, and based on the conversations that I had with Secretary Pierce up to that time, that OGC had ever opined other than
OGC's Office of General Counsel
had opined other than this was a fully discretionary program of the secretaries.
But I'm still not sure I understand the sudden metamorphosis in Secretary Pierce's attitude. Just the paragraph above, you are quoting a Dean memo to Pierce saying, you have all the power, you haven't delegated any authority, you can't even give it away, you have the sole responsibility. Then, sometime after that, you send a memo which presumably proposes a totally different procedure.
No, not totally. Well, there was, help me with your dates, because the September memo was, was not a total restructuring. It was merely the beginning of establishing an administrative record from the field. The March '88 memo was the total restructuring.
All right. All right. But what you are saying in your testimony, and I just want to be sure I understand it, I'm not quarreling with any of this. What you're saying is, to the best of my knowledge, none of the 88 funding decisions made since March 25, 1988 have been deemed subjective or politically motivated. I have some difficulty understanding the rationale of Secretary Pierce suddenly getting religion. I mean, if up until this time, you are, in your own testimony, Ms. Demery, you talk about the political trough, and you are saying you are not part of the political trough. A small coterie around Pierce is, including Pierce. That, I take it, is your testimony. Then you have a meeting with him. The meeting with him, according to your own testimony, does not satisfy you. It's an unhappy meeting from your point of view. You are told the program is not yours, it's his. He will speak to the committee, whatever it is, through Dean. And then you prepare some paperwork for which I commend you, because I think that paperwork was pushing the process in the right direction. But what I have difficulty grasping is how and why suddenly Mr. Pierce saw the light.
You know, I really can't.
Is my question clear to you?
Your question's clear. My answer is, I can't really answer because you're asking me to assume what went on inside of Secretary Pierce's
Well, but
head, and I
there
don't
was
really
no
know.
great revelation. I mean, this was not a religious
Well,
experience.
a couple
He
things.
merely got a memo. He probably got 100 memos a day. Now, he got this memo, and his behavior suddenly changed. That is your testimony.
Two things changed that could have possibly impacted
Okay.
Secretary Pierce, which I'm not going to presume to answer for him.
Sure.
But as I see it, two things changed. First of all, the coterie of advisors changed significantly. Deborah Dean had left, Du Bois Gilliam had left. Secondly, there was a paper written by OGC stating that a rating and a ranking procedure was necessary in order to comply with the regulations of mod rehab. With that document in place.
But that would have been necessary all along.
Mr. Chairman, I asked the question of OGC many, many times.
Yes.
And the answer I got back was that it is a discretionary program of the secretaries. When I sent the memo, the September '87 memo to OGC.
You know, I'd like to stop with the word discretionary, because the term discretionary has been used ad nauseum and ad infinitum in all of these hearings. So let me explain to you, if I may, what I understand the word to mean in a governmental context. And please tell me whether you agree with my explanation. If, for instance, the President of the United States has a discretionary fund for natural disasters, let's assume, then the President of the United States, in his own discretion, can respond to, obviously, an unanticipated earthquake or hurricane or flood or what have you. He has a certain amount of money. Congress doesn't tell him whether to spend it in South Carolina or Oregon. Congress doesn't tell him whether to spend it to help the victims of an earthquake or a flood. But Congress says, during the course of the year, the chances are there will be disasters. We allocate X dollars to you, which you can use on a discretionary basis. Now, that means to me that those funds are public funds, appropriated funds, tax funds, no less than any other tax funds in our budget, except that since there is an element of unpredictability in the item that needs to be financed, the President can make a decision to spend these funds in state A where there is an earthquake or a flood. It does not mean that these are his monies that he can dish out to his friends. Now, is your understanding of the term discretionary the same as mine?
That would certainly be the most fair-minded approach to exercising discretion. The term was interpreted at HUD as a little differently.
Explain that to me, Mr. Emery.
Well, the interpretation and practice of discretion was that discretion meant that whoever had the discretion could exercise his or her will as to that subject in any way he or she chose to. In In the case of mod rehab from 1984 until the memorandum was basically changed, until my March 88 memorandum changed the selection procedures, it was explained to me that it was the Secretary's program, he could run it like he wanted, and he had the right, because he had the discretion, to operate the program as he chose.
Okay, okay, please continue.
Did I answer your question as to what was responsible for this?
Well, not quite, but presumably neither you nor I understand the metamorphosis that took place.
Mr. Chairman, could I
Congressman Shays.
Mr. Demery, I would ask the question a little differently. Were you surprised that when you had an earlier meeting, he was pretty adamant that he wanted to handle it the way he had been handling it, and then later on you come forward with a memo that says instead of top down, it's going to be bottom up? I mean, I guess you should have been wondering about the same thing that Mr. Lantos is wondering about right now at the time. Were you surprised?
I wasn't surprised for two reasons. First reason was the OGC memo of December 22nd, 1987, stating that the system was not in compliance with the rules. And secondly, the fact that the coterie around Secretary Pierce had changed. And with those changes, he was more accessible.
Now, the IG began the investigation in March of '88.
I believe they began in April of '88.
Okay. The testimony we have is that they started in March. Were either you or the Secretary aware that there had been some real complaints and that the IG was beginning to look at this process?
I was not aware.
Okay.
I don't know about Secretary Pierce.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This reform process began well into '87. It culminated, you know, in February when I presented it to the Secretary and he approved it, and then officially took effect with the issuance of the March memo. So, I mean, there wasn't a cataclysmic event that resulted in a memo. It was an evolutionary process.
Please proceed, Ms. Demery.
Thank you.
Okay, well, these 88 funding decisions represented over 5,000 units, and as a result of my reforms, I believe then, as I do now, Mr. Chairman, that when I left in January 1989, the MOD program was better than I found it. 75% of the funding decisions contained in the April 1989 MOD Rehab IG report occurred prior to my tenure at HUD. I did not have the advantage of an IG report, flawed or not, to guide me in overseeing this program. Unlike others who have testified before this subcommittee or spoken publicly, I was never directed by Secretary Pierce to fund a specific PHA request. He did ask me to give careful consideration to a couple of requests which first needed to be reviewed by the Office of Housing prior to funding consideration. He was, however, the final authority for approving all MOD rehab recommendations. While Ms. Dean was at HUD, for purposes of the selection committee, she was directed by Secretary Pierce to represent him and secure his approval on selection committee recommendations.
On this question of giving careful consideration, I take it's axiomatic that all decisions would receive careful consideration. So if he singled out a couple of projects and told you to give those careful consideration, did you take those comments to mean that he favored those projects?
I took them at face value. If the PHA request, and they weren't project specific, they were just a request from a public housing authority. If what I did with that, what I did after receiving that response is I went back to my staff. I asked them to try and validate the merits of the request, and I got back to Secretary Pierce. In other words, I established from the field that there was a need. I established from the field that the PHA had capacity and capability, And, I mean, that's how I interpreted give it careful consideration. In other words, do your job.
Well, but these were not general admonitions to do your job. These related to specific things.
A specific PHA request, yes.
Well, if you work in any setting where you deal with large numbers of requests, and your superior singles out one or two or three of these and tell you to give those careful considerations, isn't there an implication of preferential treatment?
I believe, Mr. Chairman, that had I gotten back to Secretary Pierce and said this PHA is corrupt, they have no capacity to handle this request, to receive this request, or there's no need, I believe he would have accepted that response.
What if you would have said that other PHA requests were more meritorious than the one he told you to give careful consideration to?
I don't know how he would have answered that.
Please go ahead.
Your hearings have shown how HUD was enmeshed in a classic Byzantine management structure, which included shifting alliances, manipulation, and subterfuge, all of which was well ensconced long before my arrival as Assistant Secretary for Housing. Because of this, I could only accomplish reform incrementally. First, developing objective criteria, then requiring an administrative record, and finally, wholesale restructuring of the selection process. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts, and I'm ready once again to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Demery. I want first to examine some of the events leading up to the January 13 meeting with Secretary Pierce. Shortly after you became Assistant Secretary on October 21, 1986, did anyone direct you to sign funding orders, or as you call them, rapid reply orders, for mod rehab units? If so, who directed you? How many units were involved? And for whom were these units?
As I said in my statement, I had received a number of pieces of paper. Some were handwritten, some were typed, from Deborah Dean, basically stating that this is what the Secretary wants funded. And I prepared, I took that to mean that the Secretary wanted them funded. I ordered the rapid reply memos to be prepared and worked through the system. There were, prior to January 13th, by my count, 4 separate events. The first was a funding decision that was, or excuse me, a rapid reply that was signed 3 days after I got there for Des Moines, Iowa. It was for 50 units, and I don't have a clue as to what, why, how, who, when, or whatever. The next batch numbered 3, 6, about 9. I don't have 219. It was approximately 1,200 units. I cannot say today, I mean, I don't know who was, quote, behind these units, I mean, or these requests. There have been, I think, some documents that have come up in the course of this investigation that might track back to 1 or 2 of these actions, but
May I ask you a question about this? These approximately 9
right.
projects. Is it accurate to say that you signed these funding papers for 9 public housing authority requests for which Ms. Dean said that Mr. Pierce wanted them funded?
Yes.
That's why you signed them?
Yes.
Thank you.
There was an action in November to Santa Clara California, for 19 units. That was and I think I've submitted all of these papers
Yes.
before. Okay, so you know about
Yes,
Santa Clara.
we are familiar.
And San Diego as well. I don't have any background on San Diego.
Okay. May I ask you about a project in Holyoke, Massachusetts? It's my understanding that you selected a project in Holyoke to receive mod rehab units, but that when you directed Hunter Cushing to sign the allocation, he refused. Can you tell us why, in your view, Mr. Cushing refused to comply with your request? As I understand it, the Holyoke project was a project of Ms. Siegel. My question is, why was this project selected for funding over hundreds of other qualified projects?
Which question do you want answered first?
Whichever you wish.
Okay. On January 9th, I sent a rapid reply funding memo to Deputy Assistant Secretary Cushing, along with a fully documented request from the Holyoke, Massachusetts PHA, as well as the city of Holyoke. The Massachusetts congressional delegation, their congressmen and senators, had done a very effective job in terms of communicating to me the need across the state for housing. I was aware of the condition of stock, the lack of new construction, the waiting lists, and so on. There were certain parts of the country, Massachusetts as an entity, Florida as another entity, that I had received a tremendous amount of information on as to the needs and status and condition of their housing stock. When I got the request from Holyoke, I did not know it was a Ms. Siegel project. I knew it to be a Massachusetts project or request, and I knew that there was a need for housing. And to be honest with you, I wanted to see if I could be the Assistant Secretary for Housing.
You were testing Hunter Cushing?
I was testing the system, not necessarily Hunter Cushing. This was a legitimate request.
Yes.
Happened to be from, I believe, the district of Chairman Bolin, who at that time was in charge of our Appropriations Committee.
Mm-hmm.
It was proper. It was justified. And I wanted to see if I could be the Assistant Secretary for Housing.
And Hunter Cushing refused to sign.
On January 12th, I asked him, so where is it? And he said that he would not sign off on the Holyoke request without Deborah Dean directing him to do so. I asked him a second time. He refused a second time. I told him that that attitude is tantamount, in my view, to insubordination. He was not concerned with my judgment.
Were there any other projects that you attempted unsuccessfully to fund during this period, Ms. Demery?
That's the one that most sticks out in my mind. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak.
Right. Now, you were unsure, as I understand it, whether the mod rehab program, quote unquote, belonged to the Secretary or to you as FHA Commissioner. And as I understand it, you sought legal counsel from individuals outside of HUD. Whom did you consult with?
I had consulted, I believe, with Jairus, as a matter of fact, and I also asked a number of lawyers inside of HUD for some guidance on this issue, and I got back information that was not very responsive to my question from the OGC lawyers.
You consulted with Mr. Jerry Leonard, who is your counsel at this hearing. What was your relationship then with Mr. Leonard?
I knew him to be a lawyer.
Right. I asked at the June 22 hearing Mr. Joseph Strauss the following question: what other individuals did you hire to push your projects at HUD? Mr. Strauss replied, the ones that come to mind offhand, sir, is Jerry Leonard, an attorney in Washington, end quote. At our hearing earlier this month, Du Bois-Gilliam testified, quote, I saw Jerry Leonard's name on the list, end quote. When asked who Jerry Leonard was, Mr. Gilliam replied, Jerry Leonard was my attorney and Tom Demery's attorney, and at one time had represented Deborah Dean, end quote. When you discussed this question concerning the MUD rehab program with Mr. Leonard, was anyone else present, such as Mr. Strauss or Carter Sanders or anybody else?
No.
Why did you seek outside counsel rather than rely on the opinion of the HUD General Counsel, Mr. Demery?
I wanted why do you go to 2 or 3 specialists when you get a diagnosis? I mean, I wanted more than one opinion.
But is it customary in a government agency for individuals within the structure, when they get a legal opinion from the properly designated legal authority of that agency, to go outside and get private legal counsel?
The question that was asked was very simple. In your view, and it was asked to everybody, has authority for the MUD rehab program been delegated to the Assistant Secretary for Housing or not? And that was the question. I mean, that was the big legal issue. And it was asked at the same time, simultaneously. I did not get one opinion and then ask, is this right or wrong?
Well, but that still doesn't answer my question. You had a general counsel at HUD. He gave an opinion. You didn't like that opinion?
No, that's not what I said. I said I asked the question simultaneously of general counsel and outside.
Well, that's the puzzling aspect to me of this procedure. I mean, if at the Department of State an assistant secretary has a legal question, he addresses it to the general counsel of the Department of State. He doesn't simultaneously address it to a private attorney in town.
Mr. Chairman, this occurred sometime in December, 2 months after I got there. If I made a procedural error by trying to get my question answered, you know, I made a mistake. If I shouldn't have done it, I shouldn't have done it. I didn't see how asking a lawyer who I knew was involved at the Justice Department, familiar with funding actions and so on, a common question. This wasn't any proprietary kind of an issue. It was reg research. I didn't know when OGC was going to get back to me or what they were going to say to me. If for some reason that was not an appropriate thing to do, then so be it. But, you know, on the outside, in the private sector, you tend to ask many people the same question and try and get a common answer.
Now, with respect to the January 13 meeting with Secretary Pierce, you requested this meeting, is that correct?
Yes, I did, on January 12th.
And at this meeting, Secretary Pierce stated unequivocally that MUD Rehab was his program, There was no delegated authority to the Assistant Secretary. And he added, even if there were delegated authority, do it the way I want it done. Is that accurate?
Yes. That's what I walked out of that meeting believing.
And did you ask Mr. Pierce how you would know if there were a project in which he had an interest? What was his response?
I asked Secretary Pierce how the committee would know if there was a request he had a particular interest in, not a project, a PHA request, and he said he would speak through her, pointing to Deborah Dean.
It's my understanding, Ms. Demery, that at this meeting, Mr. Pierce wanted to know who was the developer or the person behind each MUD rehab project. Is that correct?
Yes.
In other words, Secretary Pierce, who told this subcommittee that HUD was not run politically, was not only aware of the fact that it was run politically, but he wanted to know who specifically was behind every single project. Is that correct?
He wanted to know who was behind the project, yes.
Well, the identity of the individual behind each project had nothing to do with the merit of the project. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Therefore, the question that Mr. Pierce was preoccupied with did not relate to the quality of the project, but it related to the individual supporting the project. Would that be correct?
I don't know that that played a disproportionate, I don't know, they had disproportionate weight in the discussion. I mean, it was, the meeting lasted about a half hour. We didn't just sit down and he tell me that it's his to do what he wants and this is the way he wants it and who's behind the project and then be done with it. I mean, that was one of the things that was said. Okay. So I don't know how else to answer the question.
Well, whether it had a disproportionate weight or not, I think the answer is clear. Let me repeat the question. Am I correct in stating that Mr. Pierce did not ask you to evaluate the merits of the project, but merely to indicate who was pushing each project?
I don't recall him specifically asking me at that meeting to evaluate the merits for the simple reason that I probably said that in my presentation. In other words, in going through and reviewing PHA requests, this is what I do. These are the factors that I try and take into consideration. That had already been discussed. The only thing I didn't say, the thing left unsaid, was who was behind the request. So he then raised that issue. So I mean, yes, it's true, that's the only issue he raised.
Okay.
For the reasons I mentioned.
Okay. Let me show you a two-page document which our investigators found on your word processing diskettes that were left at HUD. The first page on this memorandum shows MUD rehab requests on hand as of November 3, 1987, and lists 21 such requests by public housing authorities, designating the number of units requested. The second page matches each of the 21 requests with the developer or consultant behind each request. In 3 instances, the developer or consultant is listed as unknown. My first question is, did you compile this list of developers, consultants, or other individuals supporting each project on your own volition or at the direction of Secretary Pierce?
On January 13th, when he wanted to know who was behind projects and I couldn't answer him, I realized from that point forward that if any outside contact was made on behalf of any PHA request to either me or my staff, that should be noted, and that information would then be passed on to the Secretary should he ask again.
All right. Congressman Martinez.
Because I had, more or less, when I was listening to the testimony, I had the same question, because who was behind it? Who was behind, who was behind each rehab pro request? The who was behind is in quotes, so it indicated to me, if you read this, and I imagine this is your statement, written by
Yes.
you, that those quotes indicate there was some emphasis placed on those words, meaning that they had some meaning. And I think what the chairman's trying to find out, and at least what I want to know, is if you put those in quotes, then you had some idea of why you put them in quotes, of why those, rather than just a part of a sentence, should stand out. Did you in your mind have some notion of why he wanted to know who was behind each project, as if it would make a difference to him, if it were somebody that he favored politically, or if it was somebody who was inconsequential, who nobody knew and nobody cared, or what? Just what? I mean, I go back to the first thing I said, is if you put something in quotes, you indicate that it has some meaning other than just a part of a whole sentence. And I think the chairman wants to know what that is, and I would like to too.
Well, Mr. Martinez, the reason why it's in quotes is because that's what he said. I mean, I recall those exact words being used. That's why I put them in quotes.
Well, you remembered them, you see, there's another indication. You know, you usually don't, a lot of people say a lot of things, you've said a lot of things today. I couldn't remember any specific thing unless it had some pertinent meaning to me of exact words that you said. And here again, I'm trying to get why you would remember then if they're in quotes simply as your answer is, well, that's because those exact words were the exact words you used. Let's then say, why did you remember them then? I mean, because they had to have some significance for you to remember them.
We had a long discussion at that meeting about who was behind requests. I made the point that I don't know who was behind the requests, or I don't know who the developer is, because PHA has to advertise and competitively select from among proposals a project once they are awarded the funds.
But at the time you had no thought in your mind as what difference does it make? Why do you want to know who's behind it?
He wanted me to answer a question I couldn't answer, and I couldn't answer because procedurally the information wasn't known.
Well, wouldn't you even think, why does the Secretary of HUD want to know at all who's behind it when that's not even a procedural matter? My own perception is that there's more here than you're willing to say or admit to.
No, there isn't. There isn't. Yeah, I can't answer that question because you're asking me to get inside of Secretary Pierce's head. I don't know.
No, I'm not asking you to get inside Pierce's head. I'm asking you what was in your mind, not what was in Pierce's mind.
That I had to supply an answer to a question which I couldn't. And because I couldn't, I focused on the question. That's why I remember it. Who was behind the requests?
In your experience at HUD, and you're dealing with number of requests that came forward to you from various different people, you never had the desire to know who was behind it, evidently, is what you're saying. And yet, the Secretary wanted to know who was behind it. And that didn't raise any question in your mind as to you wonder why?
Mr. Martinez, I had been at HUD for exactly 3 months. I had a renegade deputy that I was trying to control. I was given scraps of paper with all kinds of PHA requests on it from the executive assistant. I asked the general counsel for some guidance and got gobbledygook. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
But
I wanted
even in
clarity.
a statement like that, you say you didn't know what the hell was going on. It leads me to believe in your statement there is that you figured that something wasn't right, something was going on that wasn't according to the rules or regulations or procedures.
I just wanted the secretary, not his executive assistant, not my deputy, not a lawyer, not anybody but Secretary Pierce, to explain to me how is this program organized, how is it to be run, and who's in charge. And at that meeting, the question of who was behind requests received much discussion.
All right,
That's why I remember it.
Let's go to afterwards, then afterthoughts, after you thought about it a while. What was your perception of why does he want to know who's behind it? Now you've had time to think of it because you remembered it. You wondered, you didn't have that information. Did you go away from there saying, now I've got to provide this information? I wonder why he wants it?
As I said in my statement at that meeting is when I realized that, at least in Secretary Pierce's view, political considerations were going to be a factor in the awarding of mod rehab units. I made no effort whatsoever to comply with that request to know who was, quote, behind it. If information in the course of evaluating the merits of the request became available, it would be noted. And as this list shows, sometimes there was nothing known. I mean, I just didn't know.
Well, let me go back to your testimony. You said that you've followed these hearings since your testimony and that you've learned a lot from it. And I think if anything you've learned from it, because I think all of us have, is that he wanted to know, because there were going to be political influences there, because there were going to be political flavors, and who's behind it was going to be a great part of whether he decided to push to make sure that a guy, whether he was qualified or not. And certainly, you were there long after that 3 months, and if you didn't in that time that you were there gain that perception, you certainly must have gained that perception since you watched the hearings.
What I tried to do in my presentations to the selection committee was evaluate the requests that I had received with an eye towards objective criteria. If the right person, and we can leave that to anyone's
Yeah, but that's
interpretation.
not really my question. My question is that since that time, and if you follow the hearings, is that statement, who was behind, more relevant to you now than it was then? Is there now some context of meaning to it?
Yes. Now there's context to meaning.
And what is that?
That we let me think who testified for a minute. I believe it was Mr. Gilliam. I'm pretty sure it was right when he gave the example of Chairman Gonzalez wanting something, and Secretary Pierce had a negative reaction to that. That was, I think, a good example of the exercise of his discretion in deciding, who got what. And I
Because
think
of who was behind it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At our hearing on May 8, 1989, Ms. Demery, you testified under oath that you did not know which developers or consultants were involved in particular projects. Let me read some of your statements. Since it was ultimately the Public Housing Authority which made specific selections of owner proposals, it would not be known to this witness whether a frequent program participant or former HUD employee was involved with a project in some or any capacity. Another statement of yours. Whether such arrangements, namely the employment of consultants, existed in connection with any allocations made during my tenure would not have been known to me. Another statement. At no time before the Inspector General's report's release was I aware of who functioned as a consultant. How does your prior testimony square with this November 1987 memo, which lists developers and consultants such as Phil Wynn twice, Lance Wilson, and Lou Kitchen twice?
Mr. Chairman, as I said in my testimony before this committee as well as Chairman Gonzalez's committee, with respect to Phil Wynn, I thought Phil Wynn and Phil Abrams were developers, commercial developers of office buildings and so on in the Washington, D.C. area. I did not know that they were developers of mod rehab, or they had interest in mod rehab programs. I was not aware of a person's role as consultant, Mr. Chairman. As I just finished stating to you, this list was compiled not just by me, but by others as well, in an effort to answer the question, should I be asked? The lawyers on this list, there's a good number of lawyers and former HUD officials on this list. I did not ask them why they were in support of a particular PHA request. For example,
Could I ask which of these people on the list contacted you?
Carla Hills,
Carla Hills contacted you.
yeah, just a minute, in a capacity as a lawyer on behalf of PHA. I mean, that
Yes.
was not as a consultant or a
Yes.
developer, anything else. Please give me a moment.
Please.
I believe number 3, David Barrett.
Could I stop you with David Barrett? Number 3 on the list is Moore, Oklahoma, 150 units, and the name matched with that request is Mr. David Barrett. Now, who is David Barrett, and what was your relationship with him?
He's a lawyer in Washington who,
What firm is he a lawyer with
at that time,
at that time?
Barrett, Montgomery, and Murphy.
This is the same Miss Murphy who appeared before this subcommittee?
Yes.
Our records show that you received 65 telephone messages from Mr. Barrett or his office between November 18, 1986 and June 29, 1988, that you had dozens of meetings and lunches and dinners or parties with Mr. Barrett. At the January 13, 1987 mod rehab selection meeting, the Tulsa Housing Authority was selected for 250 units. These units went to 3 projects: Worthington, Patrick Henry, and Sun Garden, in which BNC Housing Associates was the developer. David Barrett was a partner in BNC. Did Mr. Barrett ever discuss these projects with you?
No.
Linda Murphy? Did Linda Murphy?
On May 29, 1987, Mr. Barrett phoned you, Ms. Demery, and left the following message. 5/29/87, Barrett calls, quote, called Friday morning, Ray Project, Tulsa Housing Authority, OK 56KO73005, needs your help. 97% occupancy versus 95. A letter from him is in your box. End quote from this note. The project referred to, of course, is the Worthington, Patrick Henry, and Sun Garden complex in Tulsa. Did you discuss this project with Mr. Barrett?
Could I see that phone message?
Yes.
It's fascinating.
Does this refresh your memory, Mr. Demery?
If you, like I, have gone through all my phone messages, you'll note a pattern. If there was a line drawn through the name, as in the top one, Mike Dorsey, that indicates I called him back. Where there was no line drawn through a name, I did not. This has no line drawn through it. I don't know that I called him. I don't know that a return call was required. As the message says, a letter from him was in my box. I do not remember this particular situation, Chairman Lantos. I can infer, I can deduce from the message what the reference was, but I don't believe I called him back or discussed this project with him. If the letter was in my box, as he said, I would have just dealt with it through staff.
In a New York Times article dated December 11, 1989, discussing David Barrett's MOD rehab projects, you were quoted as saying, and I'm quoting you, "I'd never had any discussions with Mr. Barrett about MOD rehab, period," end quote. Were you quoted accurately by the New York Times?
I don't remember the interview.
Well, were you quoted accurately on the basis of what you now know and what you now recall, having refreshed your memory?
Do you have that article?
Yes. While we get the article, may I ask, did Ms. Murphy discuss this Oklahoma project with you?
No, she did not.
So your testimony is neither Mr. Barrett nor Ms. Murphy discussed this.
That's my testimony, yes.
And the letter that is referred to in the telephone message did not deal with that subject?
I'm deducing from the issue that's raised in this phone message, 97% occupancy versus 95,
Right.
It was a mortgage insurance, it's a mortgage insurance issue, Mr. Chairman, as opposed to a selection matter. I mean, without seeing the letter, I can't say for sure, but the 97 versus 95 occupancy is generally an insurance processing matter that comes up routinely with respect to Section 8 projects. So I don't, if that's what he meant, then that was the issue. But again, if the letter was in the box and absent a line drawn through his name, I didn't return his call, so I can't say for certain how that particular phone message was resolved. Mm-hmm. Can I look at this?
Please.
Where are you reading? What paragraph, or do I have to read the whole thing?
Fine.
Second paragraph.
It's the second paragraph from the
Okay,
bottom.
thank you.
And the first thing I'm sure, you said that his friend talked to him, and he never talked to him.
Mr. Chairman, the context in which that sentence is placed in the paragraph is correct.
Could you expand on that?
The entire paragraph reads, Mr. Barrett has not returned phone calls for comment. Mr. Demery said final decisions on the Tulsa project were, quote, not made by me, close quote, and added, I never had any discussions with Mr. Barrett about mod rehab, period, referencing the decision on Tulsa.
Records show that between October 86 when you became Assistant Secretary. In June 88, you had dozens of meetings, lunches, and dinners with Ms. Barrett, while many of these no doubt were not HUD-related. I assume that those lunches with Mr. Barrett at the Georgetown Club, to which you were chauffeured by HUD car, were HUD business-related. What HUD matters did you, in fact, discuss with Mr. Barrett?
His interest was predominantly in the area of retirement service center and nursing homes.
And you did discuss those items with him?
We also discussed, let me think for a minute, the co-insurance program was another subject of great interest to him. Tax credit program.
But never mod rehab.
I would discuss, if mod rehab as a point came up, it would have usually followed, and I don't remember an exact discussion,
Sure.
Mr. Lantos, so
Sure.
I can't give you the exact date, but like after I would issue a memo, for example, I would receive calls from a number of people wanting to know, well, what does it mean? For example, the September 87 memo, the March 25th memo. So in a general context, it's very possible we discuss mod rehab
But
as
not specific projects?
No, sir.
Let's move on to number 4 on the list, which is Metro Dade, 202 units, and the name matched with the request is Dickerson. Who is Dickerson?
Larry Dickerson is he's from Michigan. He was involved at that time with Fred Bush.
Our information is that Mr. Dickerson was a frequent caller to you, and that Michael Govan, Fred Bush's partner in Bush and Company, was the brother of Ann Govan Dickerson. Is that correct?
That they were related?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did they
As
have,
to being a frequent caller, no.
did they have any political connections
With me?
with either political party?
Pardon?
With any political party?
They were Republicans. Am I answering your question?
Well, did they have any official function within a political party?
Larry
You
Dickerson.
knew about it.
Yeah, Larry Dickerson was chairman of Oakland County Republicans.
And were there any discussions about mod rehab?
Yes, there were.
Can you tell us about that?
That they wanted to get involved in the mod rehab program, and that they were trying very hard to get involved in Florida, and that a request would be coming in. It was not funded. Please don't look at this list and assume everything was funded, because only 6 were. That was not. Barrett's was not.
Let's move on to number 10 on the list. Can you tell us a little bit about 10 and the corresponding consultant or attorney, RER?
RER was stands for Robert Rohlwing, R-O-H-L-W-I-G. He is an acquaintance of mine living in Illinois.
Did you have any business relationship with him?
I had a former business relationship with him, yes.
Prior to HUD?
Yes.
What was the nature of that business relationship?
I set up a subsidiary company in Illinois to originate mortgages, and he was supposed to make a go of it. It went nowhere, by the way. It was not a successful business relationship.
Now, the records show that on June 16, 17, 1987, you visited Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for the stated purpose of addressing senior staff in that region. Your itinerary shows that you were met by Mr. Robert Rolving, and that with Mr. Rolving and others you met with WEDA.
Right.
2
Correct.
months later, on August 20, the selection committee awarded 55 MUD rehab units to WEDA. In a subsequent memo to Mr. Pierce, you described the reason for funding as, quote, action as a result of meeting with PHA directors in June and reviewing their overall state.
Correct.
Doesn't such action put at a competitive disadvantage those PHAs that were not able to secure an on-site meeting with you?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a document, Mr. Emery, if I may, that was attached to your November 7, 1988 memo to Secretary Pierce responding to the HUD Inspector General's draft report. It lists all the MUD rehab projects funded during your tenure and provides some rationale for funding most of the projects. Let me ask you about number 19, Gastonia, North Carolina, 82 units. Under reason selected is, quote, personally reviewed application and submission, maximum effort, end quote. This was a Judith Siegel project. I understand she's a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many of the hundreds of MUD rehab applications did you personally review?
As I've testified, I think, before you in May, and subsequent testimony for the Chairman Gonzalez, Judy Siegel's involvement in Gastonia was not known to me until the IG report was issued. With respect to the application of Gastonia, what made it stand out of all of the others was that it was a true application. It was not a letter request with supporting letters from the governor or the mayor, although those were included. It was instead a complete docket, Mr. Chairman, that showed me that a maximum amount of effort was being expended on behalf of this PHA to attract the attention of HUD officials. And I interpreted that maximum effort as not knowing that a formal application was not necessary.
Now, this project, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, was selected on April 7, 1987, but it states that the letter from the PHA was not received until April 21, 1987. Why was that?
I don't know.
But is that correct?
I don't know. I know the docket I saw.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. If, in fact, it were received later, then it was not a complete document. Is that not true?
Well, Mr. Shays, I don't know. I can't, it was literally like 2.5 inches thick. I couldn't tell you what was or was not included in it.
Well, so you don't know if it was complete or not. In other words, it's not your testimony that it was a complete document. In other words, a special ingredient would have to be that the PHA had requested this program.
Well, the docket...
I'm reading from your document that you prepared, Mr. Demery. It says, selected, please look at your copy.
I am.
Selected April 7, 1987. PHA letter received 421, or PHA letter 42187. So the Public Housing Authority wrote 2 weeks after the selection was made. It was a prearranged deal.
It was not a prearranged deal.
Well, how could the Public Housing Authority have written you 2 weeks after the selection was made?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have access to the files that you and your subcommittee staff have access to. If I could look through the files, perhaps I can answer the question. I cannot do that right now. I know what I saw. I know that it was a complete package, a full docket, and perhaps 421 was a typographical error. I mean, there are many reasons for there are many possible explanations.
But Mr. Emery, with all due respect to you, when you prepared this summary, you had full access to the files. This is your document. You created this document. I didn't. And you created this document while you were an employee of HUD. I am merely quoting from your own document. This is
Mr.
not
Chairman?
something we prepared.
Mr. Chairman, this document has errors in it. Look at number 41. I think Mr. Shays will be the first one to admit that that was an error.
I don't know.
Are you the first one to admit?
No, I don't. I'm going to ask you about it, but I'm not the first one to admit.
I did not, it had nothing to do with Congressman Chris Shay. It was Congressman Chris Smith.
Okay, well, he would be the first one to admit.
So, I mean, this document was initially prepared for my own internal use, Mr. Chairman. It wasn't prepared as a specific exhibit to my IG response. When I did the IG response, I remembered I had it and I attached it and...
Well, assuming that it's not a typographical error, what would be your explanation for this time discrepancy?
I don't have one. I know the document...
Well, let me tell you what my explanation would be.
I can imagine.
My explanation would be that the deal was made before the Public Housing Authority submitted an application. That's the only rational conclusion one can draw, unless this, as you surmise, is a typographical error. And that is a theoretical possibility. Let me ask you about number 17, if I may. Savannah, 50 units. On the reason selected is, quote, strong regional...
Which list are we looking off of? This one?
FY87.
The other list.
The
This one?
multi-page document, FY87. On the reason selected is, quote, strong regional office support, large need, end quote. This was the project that Bill Taylor got units for political reasons. Isn't that true?
You mean the Dear Debbie letter? Is that the same one?
Yes.
Yes.
We again find that this project was selected on April 7, and the PHA letter is dated April 16. Why do you think that could have happened?
Another typographical error?
No, not another typographical error. At that meeting on 4/7, Ms. Dean presented verbally a proposal on behalf of Savannah. She made a statement about how there was a need, that it had strong regional office support, and that while she didn't have a letter with her, that she knew a letter was coming, and that we would, you know, if the letter checks out, would the selection committee include it on the list to be funded? I mean, that's the explanation.
Let me ask you about number 31, State of New Jersey, 326 units. On the reason selected is, quote, severe need, strong regional office support. DGD, which I take it is Deborah Gordy, in discussions with RA, regional administrator, end quote. This, of course, refers to the Seabrook project in which Paul Manafort's firm was involved. There was no severe need, as we have demonstrated in our hearings. The fix was in. The mayor of Upper Deerfield, New Jersey, testified that the project was unnecessary, wasteful, and local officials were not consulted. Was this a meritorious project, Mr. Emery?
If the mayor of Upper Deerfield had talked to me, that
He
statement...
didn't know there was a project.
Well, I didn't know what I was told as reflected on number 31 was not true. That's what I was told, that's what I noted, that's what I transcribed.
In retrospect, do you feel it was a meritorious project?
I'm not going to argue with the mayor.
Let me ask you,
Chairman, would you yield on that one?
Congressman Weiss.
But isn't that the project in regard to which you had suggested to Mr. Kemp's brother that it was being utilized as a way of rewarding the black Manafort firm for their campaign work for Mr. Kemp in his presidential campaign?
The, are you referring to the...
So this particular project?
Yes.
Well, then how does that square with it being a project on the merits? I have a Wall Street Journal article here, which you're quoted as having said that Debbie Dean told you
Right.
that that project was awarded to Black Manafort because as a way of repaying Mr. Black for the campaign work that he had done for Mr. Kemp's campaign.
Right.
Now, again, without getting into the Mr. Kemp's knowledge of that or the validity of that statement or not, what is, in fact, true is that you said that Ms. Dean said that to you. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
And it was a preposterous statement.
But preposterous or not, you accepted it as being truthful from her at that point, did you not?
I dismissed it. I heard it. I remembered it because it was a preposterous thing. I have no idea if it's true or not. When Tom Kemp asked me, is there anything that could potentially be embarrassing to my brother at his confirmation hearings, I remembered that. That was the only thing that could possibly fit that response, and I gave it to him.
But tell me the context within which that discussion came up. In what context did Ms. Dean make that statement to you?
We were in her office. We were discussing the moderate rehabilitation program. That would have been sometime in December, '86. She was going through, we were discussing that she was going through, we were discussing the program. As I've testified earlier, perhaps before you arrived, the whole thing in my mind was a little unclear as to what the process was. In our discussions about what was pending, because there was another PHA request from Tennessee that Ms. Dean was discussing with me at the same time. We had a discussion on the merits on the New Jersey application, or excuse me, the New Jersey request. That's when I was told that there was a need for housing in this area, that it had strong regional office support, and that the source of this information was Deborah's discussions with the regional administrator. As a gratuitous comment, she said what that article represents. That's all. And that was the context.
But it was a gratuitous comment which made a sufficient impact on you so that some years later, how many years later? 4 years later? How much?
3.
3 years later. You remembered that gratuitous statement as something that Mr. Kemp ought to be aware of that may come up as an embarrassment. Right?
Yes.
What I'm trying to understand as I sit here and listen to your testimony is why you seem to be carrying water on both shoulders. You want to be very clear about how your decisions were all made on the merits. And in order to do that, you're trying to remove your even awareness that there were political decision-making, there were political decisions being made by people over you and around you. At the same time, you have to square the fact that you've been making statements to the effect that you knew, that you were told, that in fact political information was required of you. In the discussion that you had earlier, for example, with the chairman and with Mr. Martinez, you suggested that you didn't quite know what the import was of Mr. Pierce wanting to know who was behind these various projects. We have an article here dated August 5, 1989, an interview that you gave to the New York Times. And the lead paragraph, the lead sentence says, as Thomas D. Demery, former Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, tells it, he came away from an early meeting with his Chief Secretary, Samuel R. Pierce, Jr., with a very distinct impression. The message he got from that meeting in January 1987, Mr. Demery said, was that Mr. Pierce wanted him to, quote, know who's behind a project in the program of long-term rent subsidies and other benefits to developers to encourage them to fix substandard housing for low-income tenants. At least over the next year, Mr. Demery said, he usually made sure he knew the political connections of applicants. Yet you testify that you never tried to implement the request that the Secretary made of you at that January 13th meeting. It just doesn't add up, and I don't quite understand why you're trying to really carry water on both shoulders. You're admitting and denying at the same time.
Mr. Weiss?
Yeah.
What I testified to earlier was that if it became known in the process of evaluating a PHA request, anyone's specific interest.
That's not what this says. It says that you made sure that you knew from that point forward for the next year, you made sure that you knew the political connections of applicants, because that's what the Secretary had told you that he wanted to know. But now why are you denying that?
Mr. Weiss, I'm here under oath testifying today not about a quote, the validity of a quote in a newspaper article. I was asked some very specific question by Mr. Martinez and Mr. Lantos about the source of names. I'm telling you that if somebody called to voice support of a mod rehab request from a PHA to either me or my staff, it was noted. In many cases, PHA requests came in and there were no such advocacies. That was also noted as unknown. That's how it's referenced here in this sheet. I made no attempt to find out, quote, who was behind the Dubuque, Iowa request or the Dakota County request or many such requests. I made no attempt to do that, Mr. Weiss.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'm going to yield my time back to the chairman. I simply wanted to indicate to you that, to this member at least, your testimony is troubling because it is not as forthcoming. It is creating more confusion than it ought to at this stage of the process. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Congressman Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then let's state for the record then right now that the inference of the article that you made sure that you knew of the political connections of the applicants is wrong.
May I see the article, please?
While she's coming down, the statement is in the second paragraph at the last, it's the last sentence in the paragraph. And it starts out, and at least over the next year, Mr. Demery said, he usually did make sure.
Usually made sure. Usually. Not every time.
But he usually did make sure that he knew the political connections.
And when it was known,
then
I noted
that
it.
statement is accurate? You're not refuting it now?
I'm saying that when it was known by phone calls
I just asked the question if you're saying then that statement is right. That's all I want to know. Is the statement right? Whether you want to define usually or not, is the statement right?
Let me think for a minute. Let me think for a minute here, because look what was funded over the last year. I knew who was behind whenever possible. Whenever possible, I knew who was behind each PHA request.
Then the statement is right. You're not refuting that statement in the press. See, because you've changed it now from usually to whenever possible, and you know what it really amounts to is that you can interpret usually or whenever possible as it benefits you in your own mind. The truth of the matter is that 99 and 9/10% of the people are going to say when it says usually or whenever possible, given your position, that it was mostly possible and that you did it most of the time, 90% of the time.
When it was first read to me, Mr. Martinez, the word usually was not there. That's when I took exception with the quote.
Well, then I ask you one more time. You're not refuting this statement in this
I beg your
press.
pardon. You did not hear the word usually read in the...
No, I did not.
Well, it was read to you. I read that article verbatim, and I'll have the stenographer read it back to you if you prefer.
I did not hear usually.
Well, here
I
again, one
accept-
more time, I'm still trying to get an answer, a simple answer to a simple
Yes,
question.
I accept that.
You are accepting this statement as being
Yes.
true. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. For the record, on this list, projects involving Prince George's County, number 14, Houston, number 16, Brown County Housing Authority, number 20, Sumter, South Carolina, and Arlington, Texas, are all projects where the Public Housing Authority request came in after the selection committee had made its decision. On the last page of the document under 88 funding, may I ask you about number 13, Casper, Wyoming, 145 units. What does soft market subsidence mean, Ms. Demery?
This list was prepared as a memory aid to me.
Mm-hmm.
Those words mean to me and trigger in my mind two recollections. First of all, it should be broken up as follows: soft market, comma, subsidence, comma, lack of funding. There are three memory triggers there.
Okay.
Soft market deals with the depression that was prevalent throughout the Rocky Mountain states due to energy and banking and real estate collapses.
Right.
Subsidence deals with an issue that I spent much time with in '87, dealing with the problem of subsidence and its effects on properties with FHA insurance. In the course of dealing with that matter, I came to know much about Wyoming and its housing needs. Lack of funding triggers in my memory the fact that Wyoming has not received very much funding at all under the mod rehab program.
This was a WIN group project pushed by Lance Wilson, wasn't it?
This was a request registered by Sharon Shore, one of the best PHA directors in the country. She actively pursued it, and that's what the decision was made. Why the decision was made? Yes, as a result of listening to your hearings, I have come to learn that it was a WIN group, quote unquote, property. I only received one outside call. It was a very brief call. It was from Lance Wilson telling me he was aware that Sharon Shore had sent in her PHA request and that he thought that it was a very good PHA, and that was the discussion.
Ms. Demery, who is Chris Oliver?
She was my executive assistant.
Let me read to you a somewhat disturbing sequence of events relating to the Casper project. 1/20/88, Chris Oliver of Demery's office called the regional office to request their evaluation of Casper's request. That's January 20. January 22/88, memo from Maples regional administrator to Demery. Memo stated that, quote, "This is in response to a telephone request from Ms. Chris Oliver of your staff for information regarding a request from Casper PHA. Memo indicates that Denver has not seen the Casper request. During the week of January 25/88, when the memo was received in Demery's office, Ms. Oliver called Maples again to request that the statement regarding her telephone request be deleted. January 29/88, Ms. Oliver faxed Casper's 10/29/87 request to Maples. January 29/88, Denver staff rewrote the memo to Demery, deleting the reference to Chris Oliver's request. It also deleted the reference that the Denver office had not seen Casper's request. Why did Ms. Oliver, or did she do this at your direction, or did she do it on her own authority?
She did it at my direction. Not specifically for Casper, Wyoming, but for all requests that came in that needed to comply with the September 25th 88 memo, as I told you, the administrative record. The problem with this is that someone, and I don't know who, someone in the regional office of Denver disagreed with the Public Housing Authority Director, Sharon Shore, in her assessment of what the needs were in Casper, Wyoming. This created a conflict. Sharon Shore knew her town much better than did the regional office, and it created a problem. When Chris Oliver received one of those
The objections from the regional people come after this sequence of events I just described. That comes in April 27, 88, when the regional economist writes a memo critical of the request.
Well, that may have been the first time it was in writing, Mr. Lantos, but there were concerns. There was disagreement, verbal disagreement, I think, prior to that.
And may I ask why your assistant requested that her inquiry be deleted from the record?
Do you have something that I can look at that
very happy
tracks with what you read? Because I don't
it's
remember
the Inspector
everything you just
General's chronology. We'll be happy to send it to you. We will give you an opportunity, Mr. Demery, to study this while the committee will be in recess because we have a vote. Subcommittee will resume. Before continuing questioning of Ms. Demery, Chair would like to express his very deep appreciation for the outstanding work done by the staff, Andrea Nelson, Celia Boddington, Jim Petrizzi, Jerry Hutton, and our staff director, Stu Weisberg. I understand, Ms. Demery, you would like to clarify one of the questions
one of the answers
to which you gave a somewhat perhaps less than complete answer, so please proceed.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, when you asked me if Chris Oliver made her telephone call to the region at my direction or did it on her own volition, I thought, and I answered that she did it at my direction. I thought you were asking in the context of following up with all of the regions for specific information. After talking with your counsel, understood your question to mean, did she contact the regional office at my direction to have her name removed from the memo and to alter memo? No, she did not do that at my direction. Okay. I didn't understand your question.
Okay, I'm glad to take that correction. Do you know why she would want to have that
no,
contact deleted from the official record?
No, I don't. I mean, other than, I can only presume that she thought that the official record was incorrect, and she noted that, well, in the subsequent memo that came, they did delete the reference that they hadn't seen the request, because obviously they had.
Now, there are a few concluding questions I have concerning Food for Africa. Let me state up front, as I did at an earlier hearing, I believe, that there is no evidence that Food for Africa is anything other than a bona fide charitable organization. There is no evidence that you received any benefit from this charitable organization. I would like to state that for the record. However, here is a charitable organization that in the 9 months before your appointment as Assistant Secretary of Housing received about $34,000 in contributions, including only $5,000 from individuals who did business with HUD. Yet in the 20 months after your appointment, the organization received $546,000 in contributions, of which $285,000, more than half, came from HUD-dependent companies, developers, and consultants. My question, Ms. Demery, is a very simple one. Why did such developers and consultants contribute to Food for Africa? Why did someone like Lance Wilson get Paine-Webber to make a contribution to Food for Africa?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak for Paine-Webber, for Lance Wilson, or for anyone else that made a contribution to Food for Africa. At the time that the contributions were made, they were done without my knowledge until I read, and as I've testified before, until I have read the Inspector General's report, I did not know who contributed or how much they contributed. As to the motives behind their giving, I can only assume they were the same as mine. After meeting Mr. Pretorius and hearing him speak and evaluating the work that he's doing in Mozambique, they were moved by humanitarian compassion.
Let me show you a memo dated October 7, 1987, entitled Ray Thomas Demery, FHA Commissioner, which Lance Wilson sent to his supervisor at Paine-Webber requesting a $5,000 contribution to food. Let me read the letter. It's from Lance Wilson to Lee Barba, his supervisor, dated October 7. And the subject is you. As we discussed, I'm requesting a $5,000 contribution to Food for Africa, which is a 501c3 charitable organization. Fundraiser benefiting Food for Africa and honoring Tom Demery, FHA Commissioner, will be held in Washington on October 1987. In view of our significant involvement with FHA programs, I strongly recommend that we support this event by contributing $5,000. Was Mr. Wilson wrong in making a connection between the involvement of Paine-Webber with HUD and the charity?
Was he wrong? I don't.
Well, he's making a connection. He's recommending this charity, and he doesn't say that the charity is a worthwhile charity designed to relieve hunger in Africa, which is the way I would propose to solicit people for a charity that provides food aid for Africa. He says, I'm quoting again, in view of our significant involvement with FHA programs, I strongly recommend that we support this event by contributing $5,000. This is somewhat analogous to the Pierce thing. He is not dealing with the merits, he is dealing with who is behind the project. Now, I'm not saying this is your memo, this is Lance Wilson's memo, but I am asking you to comment on it.
It's not regarding Food for Africa, it's regarding
My colleague, Mr. Shays, very correctly underscores the full nature of this memo. The subject of the memo is not Food for Africa, which is a bona fide and legitimate charity as far as I know. The subject is you, Thomas Demery, FHA Commissioner. And he's saying, again, in view of our significant involvement with FHA programs, I strongly recommend that we support this event by contributing $5,000. Now, one would think that if Lance Wilson thinks highly of the charity, whether it's Guide Dogs for the Blind or Food for Africa or the Cancer Society, he discusses the virtues of the charity. What wonderful things the charity does, and not that you are FHA Commissioner and Paine-Webber does a lot of business with FHA.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman.
You do.
I agree with you. And I don't know if this was the first submission to his superiors at Paine-Webber, if it was the last. I don't know what their committee structure is for evaluating requests. I don't know what due diligence they do in deciding you know, what worthwhile causes. I'm sure they're solicited by many for contributions. I don't know who Lee Barba is. I mean, you know, I read what it
Lee
says.
Barba was Lance Wilson's supervisor at Payne Weber.
I hear what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, and
Take my word for it. Lee Barba was his supervisor at Payne Weber.
no, I hear what you're saying in connection with the memo and the spin that's being put on the memo. But I don't know if this was the beginning and the end of. I just don't know, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I would have written it differently.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
I don't understand how the beginning or the end has anything to do with it. The bottom line is it's a topic, you are the topic. It's Thomas Demery, FHA Commissioner, and they are saying that they should contribute, he's saying to his superior, you should contribute $5,000 because of Payne Weber's involvement in FHA programs. And you have been watching these hearings too long not to know what we're getting at. The issue is this is just one example of many developers who contributed to this fund, and the best example we have is this memo. And what does that tell you? I think the chairman was asking, what does that say to you?
It says to me that Wilson felt that by Payne Weber contributing to Food for Africa, that somehow Payne Weber would benefit.
Thank you.
I don't know that that has ever been established, that they did in fact benefit as a result of that contribution. And I, you know, think that it would be a mistake to just make the automatic assumption that they did benefit, or anyone else did benefit.
The assumption is not that they necessarily benefited. The assumption is that internally they are discussing contribution to a charity without the slightest reference to any merit the charity may have, but with clear reference to their doing business with your agency. I'm not blaming you for this memo. You did not write this memo. But knowing of your intelligence, I think you can interpret it a bit more forthcomingly than you have.
No, you know, I can read and I know what it means, and you know, to the author and to the receiver.
Well, we had another witness who contributed a very large amount to this charity, and I asked him, is this the largest contribution you ever made to any charity? And as I recall, and I don't have the transcript in front of me, he confirmed that this was by far the largest contribution he ever made to any charity.
And I think his testimony also stated that he went there with no specific intention of making a contribution, but rather after listening to the presentation by the founder of the charity and reviewing the information, he decided at that point in time to do it.
Yeah, that is what he said.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask one more
Please.
question? Mr. Demery, you're under oath, and I'm not saying that to heighten this, but just to say that there are two ways that someone could have derived a benefit. One is contributing, hoping you would know about it. Another is to be someone who can interest other people in contributing. Are you aware that Lance Wilson made efforts not only within his own company, but among other developers to contribute, to have them contribute to Food for Africa?
I'm aware that Lance Wilson hosted a Food for Africa dinner in New York, yes.
Okay.
I was not aware of who the guest list, who made up the guest list or what their professions were.
But you're clearly aware that a program that you believe in, I mean, you know, some people have described you as a very religious man and a very good man. That's how they have described you. And there are different ways to try to win the favor of different people. Sometimes you give them a payoff. Sometimes you say nice things about them. Sometimes you flatter them. Sometimes you do a whole host of different things. But the feeling I get from this memo is that the way to make you feel good was to contribute to a worthy cause, which is, in one sense, a credit to you. But I guess yes.
Mr. Shays, I keep going back to the same point. I had no knowledge until the IG report was released that Payne Weber contributed a farthing or anyone else.
But you had knowledge that Lance Wilson who you had dealings with, was out there seeking contributions to a fund that meant a great deal to you?
I was aware that he hosted an event in New York, yes.
Right. Okay. Which you attended?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
At the October 13, 1989 hearing, Mr. Queenan stated that it had been Lance Wilson who had encouraged the WIN Group to contribute to Food for Africa. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of his testimony, yes.
In your November 7, 1988 memo to Mr. Pierce, responding to the HUD Inspector General's draft report, you stated on page 5, I'm quoting you, "You should also know that my own investigation has conclusively shown that none of the persons who sponsored the fundraisers for Food for Africa either expected or ever believed, underscore, that their support of this cause would benefit them in any way with me or with HUD," end quote. Now, I find this statement absurd, with all due respect, Mr. Demery, because I don't know how anyone can conduct an investigation that conclusively shows what other people might have believed. I mean, that's an absurdity.
When this issue came up, I mean, is that a...
But do you agree with me?
I can only tell you...
No. Let me go back to this. You will have
They were asked very specific questions by Jairus Leonard. When this matter came up, each of the hosts were contacted by my lawyer. And they were asked specific questions, and I believe one of them was exactly the way this is written, and their responses back was no.
But that conclusively shows nothing. Not only doesn't it fail to show conclusively that they never believed it, it shows to me that they were not telling the truth. Because it's very difficult for me to imagine that they suddenly all got religion and embraced this charity.
Well, is your comment directed to the inclusion of the word conclusively? I mean, was that a bad word choice? I mean,
It is an absurd phrase. It's not a bad word. I'm not dealing with semantics. I'm dealing with substance. Your attorney went around to all of these people who contributed to a charity that you strongly supported, for which I salute you. It's a fine charity. But for you to state in a letter to the Secretary of HUD that your investigation has conclusively shown that none of the persons who sponsored fundraisers either expected or ever believed, underscored, or ever believed that their support of this cause would benefit them in any way with me or with HUD, is an absurdity. That's what I'm saying.
And this letter points it out.
And, I mean, among other things, Lance Wilson's memo clearly underscores this absurdity. What does Lance Wilson say? In view of our significant involvement with FHA programs, I strongly recommend that we support this event by contributing $5,000. Lance Wilson doesn't say, in view of our great concern for famine in Africa, we should support this thing. He says, in view of the fact that they're heavily involved with FHA programs. I mean, a child of 10 would clearly see the logic of what is involved here. And I'm asking you, respectfully, Mr. Demery, to respond to the question. Is it reasonable for you to tell your boss, Sam Pierce, you should also know that my own investigation has conclusively shown that none of the persons who sponsors fundraisers for Food for Africa either expected, and then you underline, or ever believed, how can your investigation show what people may ever have believed? That their support of this cause would benefit them in any way with me or with HUD. The underlining, I take it, is not yours, but the statement is.
I didn't know how else to deal with the letter of October 24, 1988, that the Inspector General sent Secretary Pierce, which begins, "The purpose of this memorandum is to recommend to you the removal of Assistant Secretary Demery from the decision-making process for the upcoming round of allocations for 1989 Section 8 mod rehab. These recommendations are based on the strong perception of impropriety that PHAs and the public believe surround the allocation project. Although we have found no concrete proof for these allegations, we have found that the perception is strongly supported by circumstantial evidence." This letter was personally directed at me to remove me from one of my job responsibilities, a sitting assistant secretary, the only one that's done anything in many years to correct a number of the programs there. This was a direct attack on me based on circumstantial evidence fueling the promulgation of perceptions. That logic is no, let me stop. I didn't know how to deal with that, Mr. Chairman. I did what I thought was proper and the best under the circumstances to try and deal with those perceptions and the circumstantial evidence that the Inspector General was heaping on my head.
But do you now recognize that a written statement by you to the Secretary of HUD saying that nobody who ever did anything for Food for Africa ever believed that that would help them with you is a reasonable statement?
Well, in light of this memo, if I had seen this memo, then obviously the question wouldn't have been asked. But the fact of the matter is that is what people said. And that was certainly my understanding, Mr. Chairman, of their hosting those events. They did not use their hosting of these events as a way, maybe they believed it, maybe they discussed it between their subordinates or their superiors.
Well, Wilson certainly
he
did.
clearly did.
It's an internal Payne-Weber memo.
I don't dispute that.
Of course not.
All I'm saying is that taking it from the theoretical to the practical, it just didn't, it didn't happen.
It's not your fault that they believed it, but they clearly believed it.
Okay.
Okay. On September 23, 87, you had a meeting with New York developer Aaron Gleich. This gentleman made a $5,000 contribution to Food for Africa, and his check is dated September 23, 1987, the same day that you met with him. Do you think this was a coincidence?
Do your records reflect how many other times I've met with him prior to that?
No, I'm happy to take your word for it. I'm merely saying that you met with him that day, and that day he contributed. Did you solicit him?
No, I did not solicit him. It's my... I believe he was at one of the earlier dinners or receptions. I don't know which one, Mr. Chairman. I just
Sure.
don't know.
I understand.
I did not solicit him.
Okay. Were you aware, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, were you aware that he had made a contribution?
Not until I read the IG report.
Okay. Were you ever aware that someone made a contribution to Food for Africa?
I was aware, Mr. Shays, that people who attended these functions, some of them contributed.
And you were obviously aware of some of the people. I mean, if Joe Strauss was there, you knew Joe Strauss.
Well, I knew some of the people who were in attendance, but I didn't...
Like Joe Strauss?
Yes.
Yes.
But I did not know that Joe Strauss contributed. I mean, he didn't say to me, hey, by the way, I gave a check, either that evening or at any point in the future. Now, I'm not going to say that no one ever in a passing comment to me, I can remember no instance where somebody told me that they gave or how much they gave, Mr. Shays, but I can just remember no instance. I mean, it was not of interest to me. I didn't collect the book, I didn't have the records, I didn't have access to the records. I didn't know until I really read the report.
The problem that the committee has is you say it's not of interest to you, but it was obvious that it was of interest to people who had to deal with you, that they should contribute. And I have to tell you, I've spoken to some who said they believed in the program, but they came because it was a program you were interested in. Mr. Strauss was one of those individuals. Now, you had to have been aware that the program that Mr. Wilson hosted was a very successful event. Is that not true?
I was aware that it was successful.
That it was successful.
Yes.
And you were aware that there were a number of people there, and so you would associate, it seems to me very logically, that there were a lot of good people out there coming to this fundraiser for Food for Africa, and you could identify, without being a fool, you could identify that obviously if it was a successful event, the people who came to that event helped make it successful. I mean, that's not,
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You know, you mentioned Aaron Gleish. To my knowledge, Aaron Gleish, while I was at HUD, did no business with HUD.
According to our records, both Lance Wilson and Mr. Gleick appear on the November 1, 1987 list of MUD rehab requests.
Mr. Chairman, as I said in my earlier testimony, that was a list. Do not assume everyone on that list received funding. They did not.
But he was doing business with HUD if he appeared on the list. He was trying to do business with HUD minimally.
Minimally, yes, but Mr. Gleish did not receive any subsidies whatsoever while I was at HUD.
I understand. One of the problems is clearly that of perception. When Mr. Pierce testified before the subcommittee last May 25, after testifying, he held an impromptu news conference in the hallway outside the hearing room, in which he reportedly commented about a connection between Food for Africa and your decisions at HUD. It was reported in the press that he said, and I'm quoting the press report, if you wanted the guy, which means you, to look at you favorably, you gave to his favorite charity, end quote. If Secretary Pierce had this view, do you think others may have had it?
I don't know if that view, his view certainly was not as a result of any discussions with me. I think he was reading too many IG reports.
That gets to anyone, I suspect. Let me talk about Carla Hills for a minute. She phoned you on several occasions in connection with obtaining MUD rehab units in Florida. Did she tell you that she was representing a developer, or did you think she was representing a public housing authority?
I thought she was representing a public housing authority.
Why was it necessary for Carla Hills to contact the Assistant Secretary for Housing in Washington to discuss what would constitute a fundable application, and to periodically phone you to check on the status of funding availability? Couldn't the HUD regional office have provided the same information?
No, because the decision was in the central office, not at the regional office level.
I'd like to ask you about a luxury apartment project in Manhattan called the Colorado, which in 1987 was granted a mortgage waiver whereby HUD agreed to insure the $41 million mortgage for the building even though construction had already started. As I understand it, Ms. Demery, you granted the waiver in a memo dated January 21, 1987. And in a subsequent memo to New York HUD Regional Administrator Monticello, dated April 23, 1987, you stated that approval of mortgage insurance after onset of construction represented, quote, a significant departure from HUD's policies and procedures. And you caution that HUD should, I again quote, preclude this scenario from becoming common practice, end your quote. The developer of this building paid Lance Wilson $25,000 to help get HUD mortgage insurance for this luxury building. Now, you had numerous phone conversations, meetings, dinners with Mr. Wilson. Did Lance Wilson ever discuss this project with you?
May I see my waiver?
Yes.
Both of them, or both references?
When question Brad did question, so it did go prior to the reform.
To assist you a bit, Ms. Demery, I'm not questioning the waiver. I am merely asking whether Mr. Wilson discussed this project with you.
Yes, he discussed this project with me. Mr. Chairman,
Please.
do you know if this ever happened?
I'm sorry?
Is this a real deal? When this letter went out, it was my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that the conditions I had imposed in January were so onerous that the owners did not go through.
I understand that fully. I understand that fully. My question does not relate to your waiver, nor does it relate to whether the project was ever concluded. My question is a very simple one. Did Lance Wilson ever discuss this project with you?
Yes, he did.
As you know, he was hired as a consultant and was paid $25,000
As I've just learned. Yeah.
to help them obtain HUD mortgage insurance. Can you tell us what Mr. Wilson tell you about this project, and what, if anything, did he ask of you?
We had a meeting that included my General Deputy Assistant Secretary, Jim Schoenberger, I believe Hunter Cushing, and Jim Hammernick. I don't know. I know that all of those staff people were involved at one point or another in this process. The issue was unusual, as I noted in my April transmittal to the field office. And it was a very complicated issue in that it was so unusual, in that they wanted FHA mortgage insurance after a project had begun. My recollection of my one and I think only meeting with Wilson on this matter before staff then handled it was dealt mainly on the technical side of, is such a request even technically possible, first of all. If the answer to that is yes, under what conditions could it be effectuated? My recollection of that meeting was, that's my recollection of that meeting, Mr. Chairman. He wanted to know, and that's why I had the other people in the room, the technical structure that should be followed to make that happen.
What specifically did Wilson tell you in connection with this project?
The basic facts, that it was an apartment complex in New York City that was under construction and that the owners wanted to complete, I think, construction with FHA insurance, and he was asked to assist them in that regard, and so he set up the meeting to find out what the technical parameters of that process might be.
He asked you to help with the project?
Well, no, he asked me to define what the technical parameters of accomplishing the objective would be.
That's all. He didn't ask for your support at any point.
No. No, I had turned it over. Once we finished that first meeting, the process then worked through at the staff level. They came up with, you know, the conditions that would be acceptable to the staff.
Congressman Shays.
Mr. Demery, a lot has happened since you first testified before this committee early last year. You came willingly. Mr. Pierce came at first willingly and then took the Fifth Amendment. He was really never a part of the subject of the investigation. The investigation was entitled Thomas T. Demery, Assistant Secretary for Housing, Federal Housing Commissioner, Washington, D.C. The audit report was audit of Section 8 Moderate Rehab Program, and you rightfully pointed out that you should not have been the center and focus of our investigation. We found that out during the course of our investigation, but you still are a part of it. And I was trying to think of an analogy that you could use in public. I feel, in some ways, like you're a person walking across a field, and as I watch you walk across the field, instead of going in a straight line to the other side, I feel like you're going in different directions, making it to the other end, as if you know there are minefields out there that you're trying to miss, that it's a minefield and you're trying to miss the mines. As someone listening to you testify, I just don't feel that you're just running right across the field as we ask you these questions. And in a way, the analogy that you used, Mr. Weiss, about carrying water on both shoulders, my chairman said there's a Hungarian saying that you can't ride two horses with one rear end. Did I get that right?
Yes, we are an equestrian nation.
Okay. But that's the sense. I have the feeling that, very candidly, I think you came in and saw a swamp and you were part of the swamp, and over time you tried to clean it up. And I think the challenge for you, as I hear you, is that your intentions may have been good, but you were still part of that problem for a period of time. That's my sense of it, and I realize that you might not share that view. But you say every funding decision in your testimony, you said every funding decision and example of political influence which has been discussed during these many months of hearings originated prior to that reform memo and date back to 2 years before my arrival at HUD. The sense is that there was, that you give the impression, you state that there was nothing we discovered that happened that was wrong while you were at HUD, and that's simply not accurate. Now, maybe it's true that after March 25th, 1988, we, didn't uncover problems at HUD, but believe me, it was a cesspool.
Mr. Shays,
yes.
If my English wasn't precise enough, I apologize. What was meant by that statement was that from March 25th, 1988 on, there have been no
okay.
problems.
Well, let's just take it from that point. From the moment that memo was approved by the Secretary, you're saying there wasn't a problem. And I guess my point is that even if I don't disagree with that point, you were there in August '86 as a consultant to October '86, and then you became the FHA Commissioner October '86 to, January of '89. So there was a significant period of time, almost a year and a half, in which there was no memo. Now, in fairness to you, Mr. Gilliam, when we interviewed him privately and when we interviewed him publicly, privately he was even more emphatic. He has a very descriptive way of describing, and very colorful way of describing what went on at HUD, but the general feeling was that, the whole program was greased. It went by very quickly, and he had the image of you trying to grab onto it and take hold because you were technically in charge. He pointed out, though, that were people under you who were, you know, allowing these things to happen. You were a new kid on the block. And the question I have is, I'm not sure when you grabbed hold of it, and I'm not sure when you started to clean it up or how long you were part of the problem. In other words, I know you wanted to gain control. That's obvious. So would I if I was in charge. And maybe we'll never have the answer to that, but I want to ask you a few questions. From your statement, you describe a meeting. You said, finally, after 3 months on the job, January 12th, 1987, I insisted on a face-to-face meeting with Secretary Pierce to discuss mod rehab program authority. Now, was this not also the time that you tried to fire Hunter Cushing?
Mr. Chase, the answer to the question is yes, but can I make a comment on some of your...
You can make a comment on everything I've said, and then I'll re-ask the question.
While it was true I was at HUD from August of '86 until my swearing...
Put your mic up just a little bit. When you talk out to us, it doesn't go on the mic. When you're reading down, it does, yeah.
While it's true I was at HUD from August '86 until my swearing in October '86 as a consultant, let me give you the practical meaning of that word.
You know what, don't even waste your time. I'll agree that you were a consultant. Let's just say October '86, you're
Well, no, the point you were making is that a year and a half had gone by.
Well, I'm willing to take off 2 months, okay?
Well,
so let's just even say it's a year. I don't care.
Okay.
That's you know, just a red herring.
My clock begins, my 1 year began starting January 13th, Mr. Shays, and...
you were not working October '86?
No, I'm talking my reform clock.
Okay. Well, let's get before your reform clock a second. Is it not true that you started as FHA Commissioner in October of '86?
Correct.
Okay. And then not in March of '87, October, November, December. Now, you got 3 months. Then we have a whole year. And then we have January, February, March. So
Okay.
it really is about a year and a half.
Okay, well, let me explain to you. I said in my statement reform was incremental. Let me explain what the increments were. Prior to January 13th, '87, I had nothing but, as I've described them, scraps of paper and verbal instructions from Deborah Dean that this is what the Secretary wanted funded.
Right.
After 3 months later, in January of '87, I asked for some specific direction and guidance. It had gone beyond the point of believability.
Is this the meeting in January 12th, 1987?
The meeting was January 13th, '87.
Okay. Now, in this meeting, finally, after only 3 months on the job, on January 12th, 1987, I insisted on face-to-face meeting. The meeting was established the next day.
Correct.
Okay. Yes.
At that meeting is when Secretary Pierce created this selection committee concept that was, I think, basically designed to keep Dean and I from being at each other's throats. I mean, the way the reason why he included Dorsey, he said, was to serve as a peacekeeper between you and Dean.
Okay.
At those selection committee meetings, Mr. Shays, what I tried to do in my presentation was to discuss PHA requests that had come in to me from the standpoint of what their merits are. I tried to apply some objective criteria to the requests that I was considering. I think I mentioned urban versus rural PHA, PHA capacity, the size of waiting lists, and that sort of thing. That's how I viewed the requests that came in. So that was increment number one. I introduced the concept of some objective criteria.
Could I just make sure, just for the record, that you're saying something that is news to me, that the selection committee was established as a result of your January 13th meeting. Mr. Pierce in the first time he testified, I believe, testified that he created the selection committee in 1984. Is it maybe that he notified you that there was a selection committee then, or?
Well, from my perspective, Mr. Shays, had I not insisted on a meeting, I'd have never heard of a selection committee.
Okay.
It was not in place when I was.
Fair enough, fair enough.
So I deduced I deduced that it was a creation of the moment.
Listen, there's one thing you don't have to prove to me. The one thing you don't have to prove to me is that the system was sick before you came on board. We have Mr. Gilliam who came and testified and basically said we operated and without Tom Demery or anyone else, and that before you came there was some acting. So you don't have to prove to me that the system got bad when you came. It stunk, it reeked, it happened all the ways we've described. You came on board. So you don't have to prove that to me. And I'm not surprised if there was a selection process. One, I wouldn't be surprised if he just invented it. Or two, I wouldn't be surprised that it existed and you weren't told about it. That doesn't surprise me. So you don't have to convince me of those facts. Okay. I guess what I'm trying to understand is during the course, and I don't want to spend too much time, you measure your words. Do you need to speak to my weight? You measure your words so carefully as opposed to Mr. Gilliam, who just said what he felt was the truth and will live by the consequences of that. And it's just there's just a great deal of measure to how you say things. And I also understand that it's very difficult to remember what happened, and you are under oath, and I don't mean to belittle that.
You don't have immunity.
Pardon me? And you don't have immunity. That's correct. But Mr. Gilliam, if he didn't, no, but think of what you just said. That's true. You don't have immunity. But Mr. Gilliam had to say the truth. His problem was making sure if he didn't say the truth, if that wouldn't be held against him. But that's a story for another day. What I'm trying to get at is the fact that you clearly had met with Mr. Pierce because you weren't in control. That doesn't mean that you wanted the system to work any better. It just means that you weren't in control. You asked Mr. Honeycushing to do something, and he said no. And you tried to fire the guy. And we know why he wasn't let go. We know that Mr. Gilliam said, don't let him go, and Mr. Gilliam said to Honeycushing, now you owe me. And I understand that even during the course of that next year, you've got Honeycushing in there doing not what you want, but what Mr. Gilliam wants and maybe what some other people want. And we know what Mr. Gilliam did. He ripped off the system and made money in the process. No one's accusing you of that. Is there any point you want to make? I mean, that's where I'm at, so you don't have to get me up to that point.
I think I can, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Now, the only point I'll make, and then I'm going to get on to some other things, is, and I'm not sure we can resolve that, is why it took you so long from January of '87 to come forward with a reform in March of '88. That's a long time.
The process began sooner than that, Mr. Shays. The process began with my making presentations to the committee based on objective criteria. Dean left in July of '87. I had felt I could then request some staff input to develop a memo, which was developed in September of '87, that introduced the concept of an administrative record and input from the field office. At the same time, I wanted more information. I wanted a more substantive reform. The IG does note in his audit report that in the fall of '87, and if I can find it, I'd like to quote it. In the fall of, I'm reading from page 10 of his audit, Mr. Shays, section B. In the fall of 1987, the selection process for fiscal year 1988 was changed significantly. As opposed to the undocumented and closed process, a rating and ranking process was developed that was patterned after systems used in other HUD programs.
And what's the date of that? When did the IG say that it was starting to happen?
In the fall of 1987.
Okay, I don't want the fall. I'd like to know the time.
It reads the fall of 1987.
It's not very helpful. The fall of 1987 can be November, it can be
Well,
early December, I mean, you know.
That process, that development process was occurring during the months of October, November, and December. It got finished. I had a lot of approvals I had to get. I had to go work with OGC. I wanted staff input. I mean, it took a while, Mr. Shays, just mechanically to come up with a program that would work and still be
I hear you.
comply.
Let me ask you this, and then I'll go to another question. When Hunter Cushing was not fired, that was a tremendous rebuke to you, number one. It said you didn't have the faith of Mr. Pierce, that obviously others were able to manipulate the system. And you have, I would think, would have had to have been very concerned about that. What was your reaction?
I was very upset.
That's it?
That's a pretty strong reaction.
Well, maybe I would have quit.
I don't quit.
Okay, well, that may be true. You don't
Moving
quit.
my family, changing my life, and quitting because of Hunter Cushing was absurd.
Okay.
I fought to try and, I made up my mind
Well, let
that I
me-
was going to do what I could to fix the things that needed fixing, and what I couldn't get to, I couldn't get to.
Well, we knew that the program that you were in charge of was a cesspool all during '87. And so you may not have quit, but the bottom line was you became an activist, a player in that process.
How so?
Well, we'll get to that. Okay. I'd like to just read from the Wednesday testimony. Mr. Gilliam came on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday of early May. And Mr. Lantos, I'm going to read a part of Mr. Gilliam's testimony as it relates to an April 7th, '87 meeting. And I understand that you have disagreements with him on that meeting. But I'd like to read it. It says, Mr. Lantos, how long did the selection committee meet last? Mr. Gilliam, less than an hour. Mr. Lantos, can you discuss in as much detail as you recall what happened at the meeting? Was there an agenda or a list of the projects? Mr. Gilliam, when I went to the meeting, this was the first Selection 8 mod rehab meeting I had attended while at HUD. When I got to the meeting, there was a list handed out to myself, Tom Demery, Deborah Haddett was distributing the list, and Michael Dorsey. So these are the players that you've discussed. On that list were a list of projects giving the cities, location, and the units being requested. And following that were the names of the parties supporting those moderate rehab requests. Then he says, that took me by surprise. I was shocked to see that that type of list existed, because that wasn't the way I operated. Because I noticed it had been typed, my concern was that it might have been left on one of the memory systems, and what would happen if the Inspector General ever obtained a copy of this list. Now this is Mr. Gilliam thinking. You didn't think that way, obviously, when you saw this list. It didn't bother you that there was a list, or was there a list?
I don't remember a list.
Okay. Mr. Lantos, were you surprised to see your name on the list next to some projects? Mr. Gilliam, I was shocked as hell to see my name on that list because I didn't expect it. I never thought that would occur. And so I saw my name on the list. I didn't make any comments at the time because, once again, I was executive in training, and I wanted to be able to observe the meeting first. Mr. Lantos, what other names on the list might have surprised you? Mr. Gilliam, well, the names that I saw on the list, I did not know how involved people were in the Section 8 mod rehab. I saw Rick Shelby's name on the list. Mr. Lantos, who's Rick Shelby? Mr. Gilliam, Rick Shelby is a consultant, a former Republican. Is he a former Republican? He's a Republican member. He was very active in the 1980 and 1984 Reagan campaign. Then he says, I saw Bill Taylor's name, who was chairman. Mr. Lantos, who was Bill Taylor? Bill Taylor was chairman of the Republican Party for the state of Florida. Now I'm just going to close up. I saw Jairus Leonard's name on the list. Mr. Lantos, who was Jairus Leonard? Mr. Gilliam, Jairus Leonard was my attorney and Tom Demery's attorney, and at one time had represented Deborah Dean. I was just surprised to see all these names on the list at one time because it just shocked me that somebody would put something like that down in type. Now, is it your testimony that there was no list?
It's my testimony. I remember no list.
Why in the other cases do you say there was no list? You're very emphatic. Why in this one don't you remember?
Because I didn't prepare the list and I didn't need a list.
Okay. Is your testimony that there was no list handed out?
It's my testimony, I don't remember a list being handed out.
Okay.
I don't deny that it could have been there. I mean, it's very logical that it could have been for the same reason why I had my list. I mean,
Now, did you ever have lists where your names were along some of the projects you were advocating? In any of these meetings, were there any, and did you ever have any mod rehab meetings where there were lists of projects and your names next to them and Deborah Dean's next to list on some of them?
Mr. Shays, there weren't lists per se for every meeting.
Well, let me back up a
I
second.
mean, I was supportive of a request from the state of Michigan.
Let me ask you, how many mod rehab meetings did you have? How often did this group meet?
There were a total of 5.
So we're not talking about a lot of meetings, and
Correct.
they weren't very long,
Correct,
and they were important meetings. Is that not correct?
correct.
I think Mr. Gilliam said, you know, if you're not there, you don't get any of the projects.
Well,
What was that phrase he
You
used?
didn't eat.
You don't eat.
If you weren't at the table, you didn't get to
I'm
eat.
not agreeing with that. I do agree he said it.
Pardon me?
He did say that, yeah. I'm not,
He did say it at our hearing. You don't agree with that argument was a...
that's correct.
Okay. What was the project that Jerris Leonard was interested in?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your testimony is that he may have or may not have been interested in a project, but you have no idea that he was interested in any project?
That's correct.
And he never contacted you about any projects?
That's correct.
Ever, while you were at HUD?
About any projects?
Mm-hmm.
Any mod rehab projects or any projects?
Well, let's start with mod rehab.
I don't recall any contacts on mod rehab selections. I recall vaguely some technical questions concerning a mod rehab project that some technical questions once the project was up.
Okay. What, did he contact you about any other kinds of projects? The only reason I'm bringing this up is that we have someone who was under oath, who was granted immunity, who describes the meeting, and he brings up the names of various people, and this is one of the people. We already know about Bill Taylor. We already know about the other individual, and this is the third individual he mentioned. That's why I'm asking you the question.
I understand.
I'm also asking you the question because if in fact you were advocating projects for him, that would be of interest to me.
I was not advocating projects for Jerris.
But what projects did he contact you about?
I don't recall specific projects, Mr. Shays. I recall questions of a general nature that may have related to a specific project, but I don't recall.
When he contacted you, what was his interest? I'm just trying to understand what his interest was.
What's the status of the program? Where is it going? How does it work? What do the regulations, how are these regulations being interpreted or administered? Questions like that.
And the problem people were trying to understand was there was really no formal process. I mean, the system was really a mess.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Now, did he ever contact you about specific projects?
Mr. Shays, I don't remember him doing that.
Okay. Would you take the list that you gave, that you did in response to the it's FY87 funding, and it goes from 6 to 21, the projects that are dated April 7th, 87. Do you see the list? It
Yeah.
starts with Mass Housing, then Arlington.
Yes.
Okay. Now, were any of these projects that you advocated?
Yes.
What were the projects you advocated?
Michigan for 200 units. Gastonia for 82.
Just hold on one second, please.
I've prepared a schedule that might be,
No, I'm just going to have you do it this way.
all right,
So Michigan, number 15, you advocated. What was the other one?
Gastonia.
And where's that? What number?
I don't know. let me look.
19? Yeah. Okay, what else?
Brown County Housing Authority, 20.
Okay,
Columbus, 21. And North Dakota, 18.
now, there has been no doubt in any of our minds that some of the other projects clearly were motivated by who had them, who was their sponsor, who was advocating them, that Mr. Pierce wanted some of these projects, that Deborah Gordine wanted some of these projects, and so on. Did, you've named 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects here. Were these the projects that would have been associated with you in this meeting? In other words, these are the ones you wanted funded?
These are the ones that I was prepared to speak to.
Okay. You were prepared to speak to these. Now, the other ones you were not prepared to speak to. Did you know
Correct.
about the other projects?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, have you identified who the other advocates were from 6 to, for instance, mass housing? Would you know who advocated that?
You mean who was behind it?
Yep.
Senator Brooke was behind it.
Okay. And do we have a list of all these? I won't go through them if we have a list of all these. Yeah. Do we? Okay.
As to who was advocating?
Yeah.
No, not as to who was advocating. We have a separate list from that meeting of the project selected.
See, the problem is that we don't have any list of that separate. I can make an assumption that the 4 7s were the list that was the April 7th, that was the April meeting that you had, that you attended. So I'm just working backwards. I'm just going to take what you have, and that was the list. And yes, sir.
I can make it easier for you.
I'd love you to make it easier. That doesn't look like it's going to be easier for me.
Only one is yours. That's a grouping of all of the decisions. When the chairman asked me earlier how many prior to January 13th, this was the document I was reading off of. On item 4,
Yeah.
under April 7, the top grouping are those that Ms. Dean spoke to. The middle grouping were those that had elected official advocacy, be it a congressman, a governor, a senator, a
Okay.
PHA, what have you. The bottom grouping was what I spoke to.
Okay.
I reorganized the list to that way.
Thank you. And in every instance, then when you had this meeting, there were advocates for these various projects that Mr. Gilliam is making reference to. Was Mr. Gilliam at this meeting?
I think he was, yeah.
I mean, you know,
I
I'm beginning to wonder, you know.
He didn't say anything, and
No, he made it clear he didn't say
yeah.
anything. He just watched in horror.
I think he was sitting. I think he was seated behind me, which is why I
Okay.
don't remember his specific placement. But I don't doubt that he was there.
Well, from his description, it wasn't a pretty meeting.
Well,
But
there are some corrections I think that need to be made.
you know what? You are more than welcome to make any corrections to Mr. Gilliam. Mr. Gilliam has so far been your best friend at these hearings, but where he has not told the truth, it's important for you
Well, I'm
to
not
correct
suggesting
it.
he didn't tell the truth. I'm just suggesting that he had a lot to remember, and that being his first and last meeting, perhaps in his recollection of events, things got confused.
Well, if it was his first and only meeting, it may be he was the least confused. But who knows? But tell me what you disagree with his testimony for the record.
Well, for the record, he's indicated in his testimony that he met with Ms. Dean and I to push 4 specific projects: Selma for 100 units, Miami for 150 units, Omaha for 200 units, and Columbus for 75. As you can see from the list, Miami for 150 and Columbus for 75 were the ones that were considered and had his name next to it. He did not discuss Selma.
Wait, start over again. Which of the two that...
He only talked to me about two, Columbus and Miami.
Columbus, which was on your list, and...
Miami, which was in Dean's.
Okay.
He did not speak to me about Selma, and he subsequently corrected the record as to Omaha the next day, stating that it was not mod rehab, but rather it was certificates.
Okay.
He was asked, were your projects funded? His answer was yes, they were, and clearly Selma and Omaha were not.
Right. These two were, Dade and Columbus?
Yes.
Yes. And his name was by those projects. That's probably what he didn't like.
I would assume.
Yeah.
Also, the chairman went through a long line of questioning with him as to 700 units to Florida. I believe Mr. Gilliam's response was that he was shocked to see so many go to Florida. There were not 700 units that went to Florida. You can see it was 353. He indicated during his testimony that during the meeting, Secretary Pierce stepped in. I have no remembrance of that at all, and that's something I would remember. I just don't remember him being there.
Right.
He testified that I supported 3 PHA requests. He listed Michigan and North Dakota and Houston. Houston is not correct. I did not support that request. I did not vote for it. I had no interest, professional or otherwise, in the Houston request for 205 units.
Now, is that it?
Yes,
Okay.
those are the corrections I'd like to make.
Thank you for making those corrections. Is it your testimony that in your list of 482, that every one of them followed a process that had been designed by Congress and were in the regulations, or was your 5 much like the others, much like Deborah Dean's? How did yours, let me just ask the first, did yours follow the proper process?
None of them did until, no.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of where, you know, you're on two different horses. You've got 1, 2...
My knowledge of that wasn't until December of that year.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects.
4 of which were funded.
Yeah. 4 of which were funded, you know, done basically the same way that all the others, you know. How were you any different than Deborah Dean at that meeting?
In January, I asked the specific question of Secretary Pierce, how is this to run?
Yeah.
This procedure that I was going through was what I was told. Present at that procedure was the General Counsel of HUD, the highest law official at HUD. Now, I had no reason to question, doubt, or challenge that the procedure that I was following, that I was instructed to follow, and in fact following, was proper.
Okay, I don't want to get into semantics with you, but it's it strikes me that what you're saying to me, and it's a compelling argument on one hand, and it leaves me cold on another. On one hand, you're saying that you went in to complain in January to Mr. Pierce. Mr. Pierce said, okay, we're going to set up a system, you're going to be a player, and so is Deborah Dean, and we're going to make the corporation, we're going to put the council in there as well. And you guys are going to, you know, decide what projects. But the system, from more than just you, everyone we have spoken to, it was who called who had what contact, not based on merit. I'll wait if you want to say something. And Mr. Demery, I'm going to say something. I don't know what I would have been like if I were in your shoes. I don't know how I would have done. I don't know if I would have seen that the system stunk and gotten out, tried to reform it, and if I couldn't make a difference left. I don't know whether I would have become part of the process. I hope I wouldn't have. I honestly don't know what I would have done if I were in your shoes. But what I'm trying to say is that it strikes me that you were a participant just like the rest of them at that time. And most everyone who has described this system tells us how it functioned, and it reeked. It was just based on who knew who, and based not on merit, based on politics.
Mr. Shays, those descriptions came from many witnesses, that participated and were a part of that system.
Right.
Testimony, if my memory serves me correctly, from each one of those people stated clearly that I was not the person that they had those types of discussions and conversations with. My presentation of the four which received funding, Mr. Shays, was based on merit, or in the case of Columbus, what I thought was their merit, based on what Du Bois Gilliam had told me. You know, I don't know how else to, I don't know how else to,
I accept the basis of your comments. I can accept that. But I guess it strikes me that you would have really had to have been out of it. You would have had to have been really out in left field not to have known what was going on at HUD. And that's, you know, you're either an extraordinarily naive person who was just totally out of it, or you were not, and you were well aware of it. That seems to me your choice in this process.
Well, I think the testimony that's preceded me it's clear from that testimony that I was out of the loop.
Yeah.
I mean, I was not part of that group, and occasionally when I had to deal with it, yeah, I knew what was going on. I knew that who was behind the request was important to the secretary. Did I take that as marching orders, okay, and actively seek to participate? No, I did not.
Okay, I'm just going to finish up in this area. Your testimony is that you spoke with the secretary in January, and I see a period of from January until March of the next year, that process. Now, we asked the chairman asked a question of why was Mr. Pierce so willing to change the process? Well, one of the things that becomes very evident is, as you point out, that some of his closest advisors were no longer there. One, obviously, was Deborah Gordine. She left in the summer of '87. Now, I have a blank in my records. I have Tom Casey as his next, chief of staff.
Right.
Did he have an acting chief of staff from July '87 to July '88? I mean, who were the people, that last 6 months, who were the people of '87? Who was his chief of staff?
When did Gilliam leave?
Well, Gilliam left in September '87. So was Gilliam kind of his
Gilliam was sort of acting, as I recall.
So what we had was Lance Wilson, Deborah Gordine, and then Mr. Gilliam. Two who have taken the fifth, and one who was sent to jail. Who do you remember after September? Do you remember anyone from September to July of that next year that you dealt with?
Till July? Is that when Casey?
Yeah, we have July 17th, '88. Now, maybe he was acting for a while.
I don't remember. I just assumed it was, if I had to answer, I would say Casey.
So your sense is that Mr. Casey took over after Mr. Gilliam and took over unofficially before July 17th, '87?
Right.
Okay. I mean, '88, July 17th, '88.
Right.
Okay. The other point so that can be one. His people were leaving, some of his closest advisors, some of the people who were clearly ripping off the system were leaving. The other thing, though, it seems fairly clear to me, is that the Inspector General was starting to pay a lot of attention to this whole process, which may or may not be, and you and I can only speculate, Mr. Pierce's willingness to change the system. I just want to quickly, because I don't want to take much more time. I have 21 people that are on this list. I want to just know if you had contact with these individuals about their projects. These are the mod rehab projects, the additional requests, 1 to 21.
Right.
And do you have that paper?
Yes.
And I just want you to go down. I'm not even going to ask each one. I just want to know. I'm going to have you go down the list. I'm not going to mention each person's name. You take them one at a time. Carla Hills.
Yes.
You had contact with Carla Hills?
Yes.
Okay. Boland?
No.
Barrett? That's
Yes.
that's Linda Murphy's firm?
It's Dave Barrett's firm.
Okay.
Barrett, Montgomery, and Murphy.
Yeah, and so Linda Murphy was a part of that. Did you have much contact with Linda Murphy?
No.
So your contact with the firm was through Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
Is it Gleich or Gleich?
Gleich.
Gleich?
Yes.
Garn?
No.
Artiano?
Yes.
Okay. What's TLC?
Tim Coyle.
Okay.
Yes.
Lewis?
No.
Rear?
Yes.
Now, what is rear?
Robert Rolwing. The chairman discussed that earlier.
Kitchen? Kitchen, I guess it should be.
I don't know. I did not speak with him.
It's Kitchen? Lou Kitchen.
No.
You did not speak to him. Price?
I cannot remember. I think he spoke to staff.
Okay. Walker?
No.
Okay, and you said Kitchen you didn't again, in either case, right?
All right.
Courter?
No.
Wilson?
Yes.
This is Senator Wilson?
No. It's Lance Wilson.
Lance Wilson. Happy to clarify that. Wynn?
The Wynn, I did not speak to Phil Wynn personally. I think people may be associated with the Wynn group. I just
Okay.
put Wynn there yet. So the answer is yes.
Let me take 11, 12, and 21. They're unknown. Are they unknown to you?
Yes.
Okay, you don't know who was advocating the projects?
No.
Were they based on merit? You have no idea? There was someone was advocating?
There were only 6 funded.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
of the 21, there were 6 that were funded. Number 1,
Yeah.
just a moment, let me get my other sheet.
This is my last question, so I would like to have the 6 that were funded.
Bear with me, Mr. Shea.
No, I'm happy
Paper
to bear
sheet seems to have overcome me. Okay. Raleigh, North Carolina, number 8.
Number 8.
Number 1.
So we have 1 and 8.
Richland, number 19. Number 18. And
We have 1, 8, 18, and 19.
19.
Right? You have 2 more.
Number 21.
Yeah.
And number 2.
In Boland, you had contact. So every one that you had contact except the unknown was funded?
No, I did not have contact with Boland.
You didn't have Boland. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Demery. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Congressman Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Demery, did there come a time after you became the Assistant Secretary when you realized that the decisions on the approval of projects was made not on the merits but on the basis of other than merit considerations?
In my opening statement, I indicated that
Put the opening statement aside.
I indicated that at the January 13th meeting, Mr. Weiss, when Secretary Pierce asked me to find out who was behind the request, is when I realized that political considerations were going to have a weight, be a factor in the consideration of mod rehab awards.
Will you bring the mic up just a little bit again? We can't hear you.
That political considerations would be a factor or have weight in the award of mod rehab units. So I would say that's really when it became real to me.
On January 13th.
1987.
Okay. Now, again, just so that I understand it and the record has it clear, according to the news report in the New York Times of August 5, 1989, you walked out of that meeting, quote, with a very distinct impression. And the very distinct impression was that, in fact, political considerations were to be a factor. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, so that the record is clear, did you act on the request that the Secretary made to you that he be advised of who was behind the projects from that date forward?
I did not advise him, but I maintained a list of contacts. If anyone called in support of a PHA application, I kept a list, and I shared that information with Secretary Pierce on the last 2 of these meetings.
So that you acted on his request and you kept him informed from that time forward of all the political knowledge or information?
Not political, not necessarily political knowledge, I said support. If anybody called...
who was behind the project?
Yeah.
Well, whether it was political or any other...
Correct. Correct.
And so that from that point forward, from January 13th of 1987 forward, you in fact were continually aware that the Secretary was being kept apprised of other than merit information as to who was behind the project.
In addition to merit, he was told who was behind the request.
Okay. Now, again, just so the record is clear, you had said to me in response to the earlier question on this Black Manafort situation that Ms. Dean made some gratuitous remark about how Mr. Black was being compensated for the work that he had done, an unpaid work that he had done for Mr. Kemp's campaign through the award of these New Jersey units. Again, describe how that would have occurred gratuitously. What kind of gratuitous remark could have arisen in that context?
I understand that gratuitous, or I use gratuitous and offhandedly in an interchangeable way. So we were having a discussion in her office sometime in December concerning mod rehab requests for Tennessee and New Jersey.
Right.
She explained to me at that time, when we talked about New Jersey, that there was a legitimate housing need in New Jersey, that it had strong support of the community and of the regional administrator, and that, you know, it should move forward.
Was there a question about whether it would move forward or not? Had you questioned the validity of the project?
Well, by that time, our relationship was becoming, I think, obviously strained. I was not quite as willing to accept everything she said on face value as I had in the previous couple months. So I think, you know, she was prepared to talk about the merits of this particular application, and that's what she talked about. And then at the end of that discussion, she said, she made the statement about, you know, doing this to help out Jack Kemp and Charlie Black. I mean, it was like, it was so unrelated to anything that was being discussed that it was like kind of a shock.
And what did you do in response to that shock?
Nothing. So what
Did
do
you
you
say
mean?
to her, that's shocking? Did you say, are you kidding?
No.
Did you have any kind of response
I
at
don't
all?
know. I don't know how many times you've had a chance to talk to Deborah Dean. I know since
I have not.
recently it's been difficult,
Yeah.
but those that have dealt with her, both on this side of the table and maybe that side of the table, know that she oftentimes says things in a very expansive, grandiose way to kind of impress the listener. I had sort of gotten used to her mannerisms in that regard, and it just, it was such a preposterous thing that I really didn't spend any time on it, Mr. Weiss. I mean,
Okay.
it just, her style was established. This fit that pattern. You just move on.
Well, I suggest to you, and I'm surprised that you would not have drawn the conclusion yourself, if you were engaged in a discussion about a project where you had some question about it, and she was trying to sell you on the merits of it, and then finally her concluding argument was, on top of all of that, there's a political factor in here, and so this is why we're doing it. Doesn't that make sense to you?
My only concern was, have you discussed this with the Secretary, and does he approve it? The answer was yes. That was fine with me.
Yes, but my comment to you, does that make sense to you, that in fact it was her concluding, that was her ace? That was
No,
her trump?
it wasn't an ace. It was,
But you clearly remember the conversation. You remember
Yes.
that, in fact, she had said that to you.
yes.
Well, because you may be further shocked by the fact that she denies that she ever said that.
No, I'm not shocked at all. I read it in the paper.
Okay. And then finally, on the Food for Africa program, and again, I have no question about the validity of the charity itself. There was an exhaustive article in the Washington Post on July 9, 1989 on this. And I'm sure that you've read it and hasn't escaped the fact that prior to your appointment, the charity had collected about $34,000 in 9 months prior to it, including $5,000 from companies that did business with HUD. And then the article points out that in the 20 months after you became Assistant Secretary for Housing, more than half of foods donations in the United States, $285,700 of $546,000, came from developers, consultants, architects, mortgage bankers, and others involved in the HUD programs that Demery oversaw. And it goes on to say that there were some 10 fundraisers, all of which were sponsored by the kinds of people that I just listed, and that you attended 8 of the affairs, were sometimes listed on programs as honorary or guest speaker, and frequently you were introduced by your HUD title, but it goes on to say that you did not solicit any donations at the events. Now, given that record, do you believe that in fact your position, your title, was not, and what that title and your office could mean to the mortgage bankers and consultants and developers and architects, did not play a role in getting them to participate and contribute to food?
Mr. Weiss, do you have another copy of that article?
Sure. You can have this copy. You never saw that article before?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Thank you. Yes, I recognize the byline. I did
Right.
see the article.
Okay.
My reaction now is same as when I read it. The article is wrong.
The article is wrong. The number is wrong?
Yes.
How much money do you think was collected in those fundraisers?
Oh, I don't know about that. The point he made is he totally minimized what happened in '86, and there was more than that collected in 1986.
But you do not deny that, in fact, of the events that in the period that you were the Assistant Secretary, that there was some almost $300,000 collected from mortgage bankers, et cetera, people who were developers who were involved with HUD.
I dispute that too, but we won't need to get, I don't, it's
Well,
not,
tell me how you dispute it.
Well, I went through.
What are your numbers?
I went through a list.
Yes.
I tried to categorize what the IG classified as people fitting that category.
Yes.
Okay? And my numbers came up differently than their numbers. I wrote the IG a letter. I asked him to explain the differences, the discrepancies.
You are now testifying before us in oath. You tell us the difference. What are your numbers?
Mr. Wise, I'm sorry, I don't have that information with me.
Will you please submit it for the record?
Yes, I will.
Do you dispute the fact that you attended?
No, I
These fundraisers?
attended. And I
Do you
don't
dispute the fact that you were listed as the guest speaker or the honoree at these?
I don't recall seeing the invitation, but if you've got them, then, and that's how it was listed, I don't dispute it. I was not sent a...
You'll admit it only if I've got the invitation in hand, but otherwise...
Well, I don't know what the invitation said.
You would dispute that, in fact, you were the honoree at any of these events, unless I have the invitation in my hand.
There were different invitations, and it was categorized differently, Mr. Weiss. I mean, as far as I knew, Peter Pretorius was the honoree. He was the guy that was explaining what the program was and presenting the information. I mean,
but why do you think that, in fact, this outreach program was going on to such an extent with HUD-connected people?
At the time I attended those dinners, Mr. Weiss, I had no idea who was, well, obviously I knew who some of the people in attendance were, could recognize them as doing business with the department. A good number of the people that the IG listed in his report, and I'll be happy to supply that for the record as well, as having been classified doing business with HUD, I just didn't know who they were. Their names meant nothing to me. Their faces meant nothing to me, nor did I know who contributed. I mean, I didn't know who contributed what until the IG report was released.
Well, but you knew that, in fact, you were being used for this purpose. You thought you were being used in a good way, but you knew that you were being used for this purpose.
I knew I was being used to introduce.
You knew that, in fact, the invitations went out to people who were doing business with HUD, did you not?
No, I did not know that.
You did not know that invitations to these events were going to people who were doing business with HUD.
Mr. Weiss,
that is your statement for the record.
That's absolutely my statement. I did not see a guest list, nor did I know who was going to be attending. I could not know that.
When you attended these events, you were at least 8 of these events, you say you were at them. Did you recognize any of the people there?
I recognized some, yes.
And did you recognize any of them as those who were doing business with HUD?
Yes.
So that you knew that, in fact, people who were doing business with HUD were attending these events, isn't that
Yes, but I didn't know they were contributing. Or how much. The IG report is clear that many attended that did business with HUD that contributed nothing.
But you knew that, in fact, these were fundraising events. You knew that?
Yes.
Now, I assume you also knew that they would not be held if they did not succeed in raising funds, that you would not continue to go to these events if, in fact, they were not generating funds, that if they were losing money, they would not continue to hold them.
Mr. Weiss, I didn't go there to raise money. I went there to introduce Peter Pretorius. That's why I was there, and I'd have gone there if there were 2 people or 2,000 people for that purpose.
Well, I would like to think that your memory was just a little bit better on these figures, since you were so quick and clear to dispute them and to remember.
I apologize. I did not bring that file. I have it.
It's not as if it comes as a surprise to you. The issue has come up in prior hearings.
Well, it hasn't. The issue hasn't come up for a year. I mean...
But the issue has been with us throughout these hearings.
Well, I thought the issue was sort of put to bed about last summer.
Well, you're still in front of us.
Well, I am the issue.
Right.
That part of it, I thought Food for Africa was put to bed last summer.
And finally, how long and ongoing was your relationship with Lance Wilson? When did you first meet him?
I want to say late 1986, sometime in 1986. I don't exactly
While you
remember.
were working at HUD?
I don't know if if I had met him while I was a consultant living in Michigan, or after I first moved to Washington. I just don't remember. I knew who he was. I knew that he was the former
Right,
executive assistant.
And tell us what your recollection as to your first meeting with him was.
Well, I don't recall my first meeting with him.
When do you first recall meeting him?
I would have to say sometime after I moved to Washington in August or September, while I was awaiting my confirmation hearings.
And what was the nature of your meeting?
It was a courtesy call.
He called on you.
Yeah.
And how did he introduce himself to you?
It was Lance Wilson. I mean, you know, that he was congratulating me on being named by the president. He indicated that he had wanted the position and wasn't successful, which I knew. You know.
Did there come a time when you met with him on a business relationship in regard to HUD?
Yes.
When?
Yes, in November. November of '86 is the first note I have of it.
November of 1986. And what was that meeting about?
He was part of an industry group that was meeting concerning housing and mortgage finance matters. And he was part of a large group. I think, just a moment. I believe that meeting was in New York, Mr. Weiss.
But it was clearly in reference to some matter having to do with HUD, is that correct?
Well, yeah, I was being introduced as the new assistant secretary, and they wanted to, the industry group, it was a broad-based group of persons involved in housing and mortgage finance, wanting to meet me, hear what my goals and objectives were, and discuss what their goals and objectives were.
And how shortly after your appointment, your swearing in, did that occur?
It was a couple weeks, 3 weeks.
And we have an indication that you met with him fairly regularly after that, is that correct? You met with him in Washington as well? Did you meet with him at a restaurant called Prime Rib?
Right. Yes.
That was in Washington, yes?
Yes.
And
Lance generally would come up to say hello to me whenever he was in the building. The bulk of his meetings were conducted with Cushing and Hammernick.
okay, and what was the next occasion that you met with him?
I have December 24th, 1986, a meeting with Mike Dorsey and Elliot Horowitz, two lawyers from Office of General Counsel. I don't recall what that meeting was about, Mr. Weiss.
All right, and then what was the next?
March 16th, 1987, was a meeting with he and Arthur Reynolds,
What was that about?
Mr. Reynolds had a project in the district that was having some difficulties. They needed, he wanted to discuss with us the what kind of mortgage assistance and relief could be available. And as I recall, that was the subject of that meeting. I don't recall the name of the project.
But clearly he was there on business with HUD.
Yes.
Right, okay. What was the next occasion?
The next occasion was 3 or 4 months later. My logs indicate a meeting with Mr.
3 or 4 months later. This one,
May.
This was on March 16th. The next one was
May.
May 19th. That's 2 months later.
Yeah.
What was that about?
That concerned itself with asset sales. The Office of Housing was going through an asset sale contract, and Wilson, I think, came in to get briefed as to what the procedures were going to be. He among others.
And then what was the next meeting?
May 26th, I show that there was a meeting with Wilson and Mike Levitt concerning a project called Roosevelt Apartments.
That's a different project, different HUD business, piece of
Right.
HUD business. Okay. What was the next occasion?
Then we had a series of meetings that all dealt with, throughout the course of 1987, that dealt mainly with the co-insurance program and the 232, the nursing home regulations.
Those are the June 8th, June 23rd, July 7th, July 26th
I
meetings?
can't swear to the June 23rd and the 2 July meetings, but my recollection of it is yes, and then August 12th, yes, September 16th, yes, September 17th, yes. And that's the last I have of meetings.
July 20th? RHC Mayfair Mansions, what's that about?
July 20th, what year are we in?
July 20, 1987.
Oh, yeah. That was
1988, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
okay, that was a meeting that included R. Hunter Cushing, that's who RHC is, and Mayfair Mansions. I think that was the name of the project of Arthur Reynolds that I spoke of.
These are all a series of business meetings that you had with Mr. Wilson, who, at the same time, you had a series of social meetings with us. Is that correct? During that same period, you had met with him socially?
I had met with him socially twice, on I think 2 or 3 occasions.
Well, again, we have a listing of the Payne-Weber expense account of Lance Wilson, which claims expenses related to Thomas Demery, starting with 10/20/1986. That's lunch at Prime Rib. Then we have one at 3/11/87, theater tickets with guests. Does that recall?
Can I see the list, please?
Yeah. We'll get you a copy of it. You had a series of social meetings with Mr. Wilson during the time that you were doing business with, that he was doing business with HUD through your office. Is that right?
As evidenced by this list?
Yes.
This list is not accurate.
All right. Strike as evidenced by this list. Did you have a series of social meetings with Mr. Wilson during the same period that you were meeting with him on business with HUD?
In the 2.5 years that I was assistant secretary, I met with him 4 times socially.
And what were those occasions?
Socially, I can recall 2 specifically, and I have a vague recollection of 2 others. The 2 I can recall specifically is dinner with wife at the Prime Rib and dinner at Mr. K's, 4/21/87 and 6/14/88. On other occasions, on a couple other occasions, I believe we also went out to dinner, only instead of me turning in my expenses to HUD, I bought dinner and so those were the four occasions. He hosted 2 dinners and I hosted 2 dinners.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Congressman Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Demery, been more than a year, it seems, since we first started discussing this over in the Housing Subcommittee. I have a number of things that I want to pursue with you. First of all, let's spend a little time on Aaron Gleish. Started on that more than a year ago, and kind of like a bad penny, it just keeps popping up. Has he seen this?
Yes.
There's a document that I believe you've seen, that you're aware of, which is called Mod Rehab Requests as of November 1st, 1987. Do you have that?
Yes, yes, I have it.
Would you just...
Okay.
Now, this document lists those units that were recommended for funding at a meeting to occur on November 3rd.
Part of it does.
Yeah, and then an additional pending requests.
Yes.
And in addition to the initial pending requests, an allocation of those requests or an identification of those 21 pending requests with specific individuals who were, in some sense, behind these requests. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, I think you already testified to this, but just for me, why did you make this list?
January 13th, 1987, Secretary Pierce wanted me to know who was behind the mod rehab requests. The only way I could do that with accuracy was compile a list.
So at the January 13th meeting, he explicitly requested that you make this kind of a correlation of projects to supporters.
He wanted me to know.
No, not he wanted you to. Out of his mouth, Secretary Pierce said words that were requesting you to know this.
Yes.
It was he, it was not Deborah Dean.
Yes.
Deborah Dean was at that meeting also?
Yes, she was.
When we questioned Secretary Pierce, or when I did, he said that he had no recollection of that January 13th, 1987 meeting, and that there existed no documents from which he would be able to determine whether there was such a meeting. Do you believe that that's accurate?
Well, I don't know if it's accurate as to him. I'd be happy to supply him what I have that can evidence that meeting.
Are you aware of whether logs were kept of his meetings that would...
No, I'm not aware.
But in any case, on January 13th, 1987, there was this meeting, and Secretary Pierce explicitly requested that you be aware of these facts while you were going through the process.
Yes.
Is this the first list of this kind that you prepared, the one as of November 1st, 1987?
Yes.
Why weren't there selections between
January 13th and November 3rd?
Yes, there were, and to the extent that there were lists needed or generated, that Deborah Dean did that.
Why did Deborah Dean do that if you were instructed to be aware of this?
Because he said that he would speak to the committee through Deborah Dean. So that was her function.
Well, how was it that as of November 1st, 87, you all of a sudden were making the list?
Because she left in July.
And when she left, did she say, did anyone say to you that you should make these kind of lists, or did you just
No.
assume that?
I assume that.
This is the first list you made.
Yes.
Do you have any assistance in making this list?
Yes.
Who gave you assistance?
Well, my special assistants were told by me that if they have any contact with anybody concerning a mod rehab request, whether it's a PHA director, whether it's a governor, or anyone, that they are to note it and let me know.
Now, how did these 21 pending projects get on this list? Was there a piece of paper for each of those projects?
Yes.
An application?
A letter request.
A letter request from a PHA?
Yes.
As of November 1st, 1987, in each of these 21 instances?
I would answer that question, yes, Ms. Morrison.
And who's...
Wait. Only 6 of those were funded.
Ever?
Yes.
So what?
I don't know. I can't say for certain that every single one of these 21 PHAs had a letter request on file, because many of these are just not familiar to me, so I'm not going to, I don't want to testify
Well,
as
big
being...
surprise. Let's go to number 5. New Haven, Connecticut. And if we look over on page 2, we have number 5, Gleich.
Okay.
Now, I take it that number 5 on page 2 is meant to correspond to number 5 on page 1.
Correct.
And I take it that Gleich on page 5 is Aaron Gleich.
Correct.
Aaron Gleich, who is from New York and is engaged in certain development projects with HUD funds prior to November 1st, 1987, correct?
Yes.
Now, was there a written application or a written letter request for the New Haven project as of November 1st, 1987?
You mean from the New Haven PHA?
Yes.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't remember. I know
How
that
would it have gotten on this list if there wasn't such a request?
because I know that there were many meetings.
In 1988.
Were there
You had meetings in 1988
1988
about New Haven. That's what we talked about the last
Yeah,
time you and I were discussing this subject. This is really quite an interesting piece of information, frankly, in light of your earlier testimony and our earlier discussions, which focused the Aaron Gleich interest in the spring of 1988. But here we find Aaron Gleich's name and a 244-unit request in 1987. And we also find that the number of units, 244, matches precisely the Quinnipiac Terrace public housing project. Now, what's your recollection of how this got on the list?
Either in writing or orally, information came to me or my staff that an application, or a letter request was on file or coming for 244 units for New Haven, Connecticut.
What is your total current recollection of every conversation that you had prior to November 1st, 1987 regarding the New Haven request?
With whom?
With anyone?
I honestly don't recall conversations prior to that. I mean, I thought when I testified, I didn't know this. First of all, when I testified, I didn't have this to help me remember that I might have talked pre-1988. I remember specific discussions in the spring of 1988. I just don't remember anything before that, Mr.
You
Wilson.
previously testified, or at least, I'm not sure if it's in the testimony, it's in a letter that you wrote to me and in discussions that we had, that the New Haven got on the list of eligible PHAs in the spring of 1988 in a certain process of
Right.
discussion with the regional administrators. Do you
Correct.
recall that?
Yes.
But that was 1988.
Right.
We're talking now about 1987. You had a meeting with Aaron Gleish on September 23rd, 1987. Do you recall that meeting?
September what?
23rd.
Yes. I mean, I see that I met with him. I don't recall
Do
that.
you
I don't
do you recall
recall
that meeting?
I don't recall that specific meeting. No.
You said you met Aaron Gleish in your earlier testimony. You said you met him in 1986.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
About how many times did you meet with him from 1986 when you first met him until November 1st, 1987?
Initially, there were a number of contacts, whether by phone or in person, concerning some matter he was pursuing in California, regarding technical questions on HUD mortgage insurance. I cannot say with precision, because I don't have that information with me right now, Mr. Morrison, how many meetings and phone conversations I had with Gleish from '86 until November 1st, 1987. There were, if I had to guess, I would guess maybe 5 meetings.
And where would we find the document that supports New Haven's 244 units on this list? Who would have that? What record would that, where would that be kept?
It would be kept, I believe, in the Mod Rehab Division at HUD.
But you don't know how this got on the list?
It's very possible that it was mentioned to me or my staff that New Haven was going to be submitting a list, a request, and that would have been enough to trigger its inclusion on that list.
It wouldn't have been surprising then for Aaron Gleish to tell you.
No.
And if Aaron Gleish told you that New Haven was going to be submitting, you would have put it on the list, next to his name.
That's why his name would have been next to it, yes.
So it would be very possible under the way that you were functioning that Aaron Gleish, a private developer, in a meeting with you or on a phone conversation with you would say, New Haven's going to send in a request for Mod Section 8, and down it would go.
Yes.
You didn't...
Could I just interrupt a second, or do you?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
I'm amazed with your response to Representative Morrison, because you have described to us a system that you didn't create, and yet you're telling us that a developer would tell you to put a list on, and it's important enough without any documentation to talk about it at one of these meetings. And I just have
It
a
was
hard...
not discussed, Mr. Shays. It was put on the list and forgotten, as was the case with about 15 of these.
I don't understand why it would even get to first base. And that's my trouble. I just want to say that's my trouble with your testimony. It just amazes me. And we're talking now November '87. We're talking about, remember you talked about how these reforms were coming in the fall. This is the fall of '87, reforms in March of '88. And I just...
It didn't make the cut, Mr. Shays.
Well, perhaps we can follow up on that a little bit, because I think that first of all, you've said that you don't remember how it got on the list, but it wouldn't surprise you. And the fact that Aaron Gleich's name is next to it means that he was involved in getting it on the list, right?
Yes.
And he was the sponsor. I mean, he was the guy who was behind the New Haven request, right?
He was the outside support for that, yes.
Yeah. So if this was going to be granted, it was going to be because of some concern about Aaron Gleich, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, why were we keeping these names?
Because I was asked to on January 13th.
Right, and you were asked to because the secretary asked you to, right?
Yes.
And the secretary apparently thought it was relevant, right?
I would presume so.
I mean, there aren't any other names here. There's nothing about the need of New Haven. There's nothing here about what this project is. There's Aaron Gleich's name. Aaron Gleich doesn't even live in New Haven. You know, this is about somebody who is got his own development interests, and his name is down here, connected to the fact that there'll be 244 units here. That's the only fact that's on the list, right?
Yes.
So, without any other information, it's probably the case that Gleich put this on the list.
It's probably the case that Gleich talked to me or someone on my staff, and it got on the list.
It got on the list. He might have talked to you on September
He might
23rd
have.
when he met with you.
He might have.
The same day he made his Food for Africa contribution. Might have. Not going to answer.
I'm not sure what your question is.
Well, it might have been that day. See, I think you've missed a big point about the Food for Africa connection here. Somebody created the idea that giving to this charity and getting from HUD had some relationship. And this is another...
theory, they got nothing. Gleich got nothing.
Attempted bribery is a crime. Attempted influencing is a crime. That doesn't make you guilty of it. We're not talking about whether you solicited. You've testified you didn't solicit. You've testified that you didn't ask for it in that way, but someone used this charity. I mean, we have Lance Wilson's letter. You would agree that Lance Wilson's letter suggests a connection, right?
A connection to what?
That between treatment at HUD
Yeah, the
and
letter speaks for itself.
The letter's improper, isn't it?
I would not have written a letter.
No,
that way.
the letter's improper, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. So someone, at least in one instance, we don't know how many, improper connection between giving to a charity and getting from HUD was out there in the solicitation for this charity. Right?
It would appear so.
Yeah. And the appearance of somebody giving a check at the same day that they're meeting with you, that smells too, doesn't it?
He did not give the check to me. I did not know that he gave the check at all.
We both know Aaron Gleich, and we aren't surprised. Are we?
At what?
At this connection.
I'm trying to be responsive because I'm under oath and I'm here to be responsive,
Right.
and I don't want to come back. All right, so I want to answer every question as fully as I can. I don't get the point you're driving at.
Well, I don't know whether it's important whether you get the point.
Well, you want an answer from me.
Right.
I'd like to understand it.
All right, well, I think I'm going to just leave that one where it sits. I think everybody else in the room gets it. So let's just go beyond it a little bit. Because I think it's important that we pull all of these strands out, so that, because I think your testimony here in this list, really, we've got a lot out there. We see these connections to Food for Africa. We see something else. Aaron Gleisch had a scheme to buy out a public housing project in New Haven. And he used his claim, as he called it, on mod rehab units as a tool, as a weapon in his fight in New Haven, fight against the expressed position of political leaders and expressed position of tenants living in this project. He used as a weapon that he had units set aside at HUD. This is another part of this scandal. The developers manipulating the process locally that was supposed to run exactly the other way. Now, do you believe now, after all of the investigations, that developers were driving the process at the local level and in Washington of Mod Section 8?
Yes.
That wasn't legal, was it?
Well, how do you mean by drive?
Well, the whole program is structured in the regulations to be the funding of programs of providing low-income housing by housing authorities, whether they did it in a NOFA process where they had them in the pipeline or whether they did it in a solicitation after they got the units. It was a funding of a program, not projects. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But this developer driving of the system meant developers were making deals locally and were making deals in Washington, and at the end of the day, it was projects of individual developers that were getting the funds. Isn't that right?
Number 19 on the list, the same list we're looking at, would probably dispute that. He didn't end up with it. The competitive process occurred, solicitations were requested, responses were brought forth in each. I mean, PHAs are required to put forth a competitive selection before they award any of this money. And it was not a slam dunk.
You want to give us any other examples here where the identified developer didn't get the grant, didn't get the project? So we can know that it's not the exception proving the rule.
Well, I don't know who was the developer behind the six that were funded were 1, 2, 8, 18, 19, and 21.
$18, $19, and $21, is that what you said?
Yes. I don't know who was behind number 2, so I can't answer. That may or may not be the case. I don't know who was behind number 8, so that may
Who's
or...
TLC?
Tim Coyle. He's now the Assistant Secretary for Legislation. Prior to that, he was, under Secretary Pierce, he was involved with the field coordination. And he explained to me that he was getting a lot of interest from the North Carolina delegation on behalf of the application from Raleigh. And there was a big problem. Could that submission be considered? So I don't know who the developer, I don't know if there was a developer. So I don't know, Mr. Morrison. And number 21, I never knew. So unfortunately, out of these 6 examples, I can't do that. There were only 3 of them that I could respond to, and in one of those three, it didn't work. I don't know if 33% is a good ratio or not.
We won't speculate about that. You should know that between August 12, 1987 and September 16, 1987, Aaron Gleish represented to a task force of tenants and others involved at the New Haven Housing Authority that he had access to 244 units of MOD Section 8 funding for his proposal, not for a competitive proposal, for his proposal with respect to the Quinnipiac Terrace Housing Project in New Haven.
As we've discussed over a year ago, and I've said ever since, Aaron Gleish never got anything, nor did he have any reason from HUD to make that representation.
If he made such a representation, he had no legitimate basis to make it?
That's correct.
So if the Housing Authority of the City of New Haven relied on that representation, it relied erroneously, is that right?
Well, I'm not familiar enough with that particular transaction, but for example, if a public housing authority, as I understand it, were to sell some of its public housing stock, they're obligated for one-for-one replacement.
No, but they weren't obligated for one-for-one replacement at that time because that amendment, which I wrote in the statute, didn't become law until January or February of 1988. So that's not the case. In fact, he was probably trying to beat the deadline because the House had passed that provision.
Okay.
But what I'm asking is, was it erroneous for the New Haven Housing Authority if it relied on Mr. Gleich's representation in August and September 1987 that he had units available at HUD?
He did not have it available from the Office of Housing.
So it would have been erroneous for New Haven to rely on that?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, how do you think the Inspector General came to the conclusion that what was going on with MOD rehab units was a Food for Africa scheme? Where do you think he got that idea?
I think somebody told him.
Who do you think told him?
I'm not...
Well, you either do think or you don't think. I think that's a question you can answer. Who do you think told? You obviously think somebody told them. I think you know who you think told them, and I'd like.
Well, I know who I think.
Well,
I'm just.
Nobody's asking you to do anything. Well, who do you think told them?
My opinions are only and strictly that, and I.
Oh, I agree. I'm only asking for your opinion.
I would prefer to keep them to myself.
Well, I think you're an expert. You were there. I think you know more than anybody we know about.
An expert on what?
I think you're an expert on how HUD worked, on who knew what, on what the inside game was. I don't think we could get a better person to tell us who we might look to as the source of this theory.
Well,
You're not going to tell me.
I appreciate praise from whatever corner, but in this case, I think.
You think it's a trap?
Your high praise is somewhat misdirected.
Well, all right.
I am not an expert in the matters.
All right, but you do think that someone at HUD propounded this theory?
I think somewhat. Well, yes.
All right. And do you think that this theory, do you think Food for Africa was at the core of the way that MOD rehab units were given out?
No.
This was going on long before you were involved, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And it was going on with people who had no connection to Food for Africa, wasn't it?
Of course, yes.
Why do you think that the Inspector General grabbed onto this theory and made it the whole theory of this case?
Because it was easy.
But But when you talked to him, did you tell him there was more to it?
We talked, his interview of me focused primarily on Food for Africa. And that's really where my focus was directed because of...
Well, but did you ever say to him, hey, look, this has been going on for years. How could this have to do with Food for Africa?
Yes.
You said that.
Not that those exact words. I said this was a discretionary process of the Secretary that's been working and in place since 1984.
Isn't this whole Food for Africa theory, doesn't this amount to a cover-up of the real story?
I hate to use that word in light of the last time I used it, I got my...
Doesn't it amount to a cover-up? Doesn't what it amount to? Let me ask you another way.
It would apply to my way of thinking.
Yeah, all right, you'd agree with that statement. If this committee had not aggressively delved behind the Inspector General's report, wouldn't the conclusion of this investigation have been, it's Food for Africa and Tom Demery? Wouldn't that have been the conclusion for the world to read?
Yeah.
Isn't it the investigation of this subcommittee which revealed that this went much deeper and much farther, and that Food for Africa, if it had anything to do with what went on, was a footnote on a much bigger abuse? Isn't that right?
Yes, Mr. Morrison. That's why this is my third appearance before this committee, why I appeared before your committee. I mean, I couldn't agree with you.
Well, I think there's something very important buried under here. And the reason I think there's something very important buried under here is somebody thought that Food for Africa was a good place to shove the blame on something that had a lot more stinking about it than Food for Africa. Don't you agree with that?
And I would add Tom Demery to it.
Yeah. Well, there are some people who were squeezing you, like Deborah Dean and Hunter Cushing. Aren't they people who had reason to want to shove the blame on Food for Africa and Tom Demery?
No, I think the record's pretty clear on that, yes.
Yeah. And of course, to the extent they could do that, then they could make the story be very different from what the real story is, wouldn't they?
Yes.
So maybe Food for Africa and all this focus, maybe this was something that some people agreed would be a good way to cover their tracks, right? Could be. Wouldn't be surprising to you to find that out, would it?
It would not be surprising.
All right. I want to ask you about another element of what I think is a big, grand cover-up here. And that is how we got to the point that this was a discretionary program. The famous disappearing legal opinion. I want you to tell me what you know about who ruled what way when about the applicability of the need-based criteria in the Federal Register, which were never repealed and never suspended in any way, shape, or form, and had the force of law throughout the period from 1984 throughout your tenure, and were never followed at all until your memo in March of 88, right? When you revived those standards, which had never in any proper legal way been suspended. You agree that my characterization of what went on is correct?
Yes, I do.
What do you know about who made what decisions with respect to the legal standards to be applied?
My understanding of that process was that John Knapp, who was general counsel at the time, circa 85, 84, I want to say 85, was had opined. I didn't know if it was written or if it was verbal, but it was clearly not written by the time I got to HUD, and I was told that it's been verbally reiterated ever since, that with the waiver of the 213D reg, that then made the selection process and so on discretionary for the secretary. And
I'm sorry.
I asked General Counsel Dorsey, who succeeded General Counsel Knapp in that position, if that was an accurate status. The answer was affirmative.
When did you ask Dorsey?
I want to say late 86 or early 87. I don't exactly remember. Carl Kovitz, when he became undersecretary at our first meeting in August, he asked General Counsel Dorsey that question specifically at the meeting, and the answer again was in the affirmative.
So Dorsey, at that meeting in August of 87,
Right.
said that this
pro-
is totally discretionary because of the 213D waiver.
At the discussion that I remember didn't include that last part. The question to Dorsey was, is this program a discretionary program of the Secretary? And the answer was yes.
Okay. Now, you'd agree with me at this time that that was not an accurate legal opinion.
That's correct.
Now, the John Knapp has testified under oath that he never issued such an oral ruling. Are you aware of that?
I didn't watch his testimony, but I am aware that that was
I mean, he first
the
said there
upshot
was.
of it. Yeah.
He first said there was. Then he wrote a letter, said he was wrong, and then he testified that there never was such an opinion. And he also testified that Mr. Kennison was the guy in charge of having opinions on this subject. Now, Mr. Kennison was in the General Counsel's office.
He's the one that wrote the letter to me.
Telling you that these rules applied, right?
Right, in 87, yes.
Did you when you got that from Kennison, did you and Kennison have a discussion? Or before you got it, did you have a discussion?
Yeah, before I told him that my memo was coming to him and I wanted him to review it for accuracy and fulfillment of the regs, and I'm sure after I got it, I was a little I wanted to hear from him what he meant by his response, and his response was, you know, he said it kind of speaks for itself. You got to go through a rating and a ranking process.
Weren't you kind of surprised after having been told by the General Counsel in August?
Well, I wasn't sure. I was not sure.
Now, this was in the fall, right? You got this
Yes,
this
right.
memo from Kennison in the fall.
Right. Well, I got it December 22nd.
Okay. But and in August, the General Counsel, Chief Legal Officer, had said this is a discretionary program, and then in December, from the General Counsel's expert on this program, you got a memo that said this is not a discretionary program, it's a rating and ranking program, right?
Well, no, that wasn't the question I asked Kennison. What I asked Kennison was to review my September 25th memo to make sure it complies with the regs.
And he said it doesn't.
He said it doesn't.
Right. So you weren't surprised?
Well, yeah, I was surprised.
I mean, this is pretty amazing, right? This program's been running on steam of a legal opinion for 3 years now.
Right.
And you write down what the legal opinion you thought was, I mean, what the legal opinion allowed, and you get back a legal opinion from the guy who's been there the whole time, and he says to you, oh, by the way, no, this is not a discretionary program, this is a rating and ranking program. Holy smokes.
Well, that's not exactly what he said. But
Well, I mean, that's what the memos, anybody who knows what, I mean, he didn't use those words. What I'm saying is,
you got to rate and rank.
you got to rate and rank. Well, how do you rate and rank when we're supposed to be giving these out to our friends here, the people who have their name on the list? How do you rate and rank? It's a little screwy. We're going to have to screw up the rating and ranking system for friendship.
You know,
I mean, this is a big bombshell, it seems to me. In other words, now all of a sudden, you receive this and, whoa.
I viewed it as a bomb shelter.
That you could now change the process.
Yes.
And that led you ultimately to your March memo that changed
Yes.
the process. Okay. I'm not hunting you right now.
Yeah, I got the drift.
All right? I'm hunting who it was that sat in the room at some time in 1984 and 1985. Just here, let me finish. Who it was that sat in the room in 1984 and 1985 to figure out how they were going to get around the law so they could give these grants to their friends. Whoever did that should go to the slammer, in my opinion. That is a conspiracy to defraud the government. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what this case has been about since day one. And I've been asking these questions for a year, and I would love to find out who sat in that room, because somebody did. You don't get this very bizarre result with the expert lawyer on the case all of a sudden gets his opening to tell the truth, and he gives you the memo, says, hey, whoa, Demery, you can't do that. Now, I don't know why Mr. Kennison didn't stop somebody earlier, but what I want to know from you is what you know about everyone and anybody that was involved in that process.
Mr. Morrison, I don't know more than I've told you. I have no idea who, what, where, when in 84, 85. I don't know what the genesis of that non-existent legal opinion is. I just don't know.
Did you talk to Mr. Kennison in conjunction with getting his opinion about how it was that his instruction that he gave to you was never given at an earlier time?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you raise this point when you were getting chased by the Inspector General?
I believe I did, Mr. Morrison. It just had no effect.
Didn't have any effect. You believe that you said
this was a hunt for Food for Africa. This wasn't necessarily, in my view, the IG report was not a hunt for the truth.
Well, so the cover-up, the Food for Africa cover-up, which was to cover the trail, when you plugged in the legal opinion data, you didn't get a response.
My recollection of dealing with the IG and in written form, as well as in discussions with him, I mean, I had a special meeting with him strictly to discuss Food for Africa, and I told him at that meeting that this thing was a red herring and that he's looking wrong. And he grinned and shrugged, and that was it. I mean, I told him.
But you told him in that process, you brought to his attention the inconsistency of Mr. Kennison's ruling or advice to you in the fall of 1987 and the contrast of that with the practices previously?
I told him that I was the guy who changed the system and conformed it to the regulations, and that this practice had gone on long before I got to HUD, that the system had gone on, the practice of discretion had gone on long before I got to HUD, and I'm the one that took the discretion away. But my main purpose for meeting with him was to advise him that this Food for Africa trail he was going down was the wrong path, absolutely wrong. And, you know, I did what I could.
And back to Mr. Kennison. Did you ever ask Mr. Kennison why those rules weren't being applied previously?
I don't recall asking him, Mr. Morrison. I don't recall having a discussion. I just viewed that as my green light to go. And I knew that prospectively it would be in compliance.
Well, it would...
I mean, it's a question almost without an answer. I mean, you know, I don't know how he could have answered that.
Well, I assume he was there. Wasn't he in the General Counsel's office throughout this period?
Yeah, but I don't know if he was consulted.
Well, there, Mr. Kennison was the guy that Mr. Knapp fingered for responsibility in all of this when he testified.
Okay.
So, well, I appreciate your answers. I mean, I I continue to believe that we have a conspiracy to get the program going in this fashion, which included somebody saying we don't have to follow the regulations that are published in the Federal Register, and I believe we have a conspiracy to try to divert attention from that decision by using Food for Africa, which in and of itself stinks. I think the connection on the Food for Africa thing stinks too, but to divert attention with Food for Africa to cover the other trail, which was a conscious conspiracy to defraud the taxpayer. And I hope that, that the Attorney General will fully expand the authority of the special prosecutor to make sure that whoever was involved in these two cover-ups is not going to go free, because I think this is the heart of conspiratorial behavior at HUD, and I think people had to make decisions for this to have occurred. No one person acting alone could have done it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Congressman Morrison. Congressman Shays.
I just want to say, Mr. Morrison, that I happen to agree with the points that you make, that there clearly had to have been a conspiracy, and it's up to the Justice Department to investigate it. And the real key is who, in my judgment, and your judgment as well, allowed for the regulations and rules to be ignored.
Thank you very much. Our Chief Counsel would like to ask something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me state up front, Mr. Demery, that the mod rehab program was better when you left than when you left the agency than when you found it. Carl Kovitz was the Undersecretary of HUD from May '87 until the end of the Pierce administration, and was a member of the selection committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
What selection committee meetings did he attend, to the best of your recollection?
August 19th.
That's '87, right?
Yes. November 3rd. And that was it.
In January, when the subcommittee staff was in California meeting with the boys Gilliam in prison, we also traveled to Los Angeles and interviewed former Undersecretary Carl Kovitz. And let me tell you a couple of things that he told us about his experience with the selection committee. He told us that Dorsey told him, as you indicated earlier, that the mod rehab program was purely discretionary, and that discretionary meant there was no requirements. Kovitz himself didn't feel qualified to evaluate which projects were more in need than others. As a matter of fact, he told us no one told him that the awards had to be given to the most needy projects. As to the meetings he attended, he told us that you, Tom Demery, brought a list. There were no files or supporting materials ever given to the committee members. When I asked him what criteria he applied to the selection process, he replied that he took your recommendations and assumed that the secretary would decide, that he, Kovitz, never questioned why a particular project was on the list. In light of that experience by one member of the selection committee, the individual who happened to have been the Undersecretary of HUD at the time, is the term selection committee a misnomer? Should it be more, rubber stamp or electoral college or something like that than, quote, selection committee?
The purpose of my understanding of why it was originally formed, going back to January 13th, '87, was because I got tired of being handed scraps of paper. My understanding of its composition, to include 3 members, was to be a referee between Dean and I, so that there would be some sort of order. The third person on that committee, whether it was Kovitz or if it was Dorsey, it was their job And I viewed it as their job to visit with them beforehand, if not during the meeting, and go through an explanation of what the recommendations to, in effect, the committee was going to be.
I guess what I'm getting
I
at,
recall that there was documentation, but you're right. I mean,
there was
basically...
no need for a
Basically,
selection
you're right.
committee at that time, particularly if there had been a rating and ranking process in effect.
That's
Is that
correct. And once the rating and ranking process was in place...
There was no need for the selection
Right.
committee.
That was a pure rubber stamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anything you would like to say in conclusion, Ms. Demery?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we want to thank you for your appearance, and we also express the hope that this will be the last time. Subcommittee will stand in recess pending a vote, and we will resume in about 5 to 7 minutes with Mr. Gerald Kisner.
Subcommittee will please come to order. Next witness is Mr. Gerald Kisner. If you'll be kind enough to stand, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to offer is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. For the record, Ms. Kisner, you are appearing on a voluntary basis. Whatever prepared statement you have will be entered in the record in its entirety, and you may proceed in your own way.
For the record, I would just like to say that my name is Reverend Gerald Kisner. I'm a licensed Baptist minister. I'm an attorney at law, and I'm an independent consultant. I've worked in the area of housing and community and economic development for the last 20 years, both on a practical basis and on an academic basis, in that I taught courses at 2 or 3 universities. So unlike a lot of your other witnesses that may have appeared before this committee, I do have experience in the field, and it's not just as a political individual. I have actual hands-on experience, both by training and both by academic pursuits, as well as actual work experience. What I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, if it satisfies you, is to just, as I did with the Inspector General, I want to open myself up to any questions that you have. I'd like to try to be as helpful and cooperative, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here before you.
Well, we appreciate your appearing, and we do have a number of questions. Ms. Kisner, after leaving HUD, you made several $100,000 in consulting fees from developers in need of Section 8 moderate rehabilitation units. Would like to begin by asking you about your activities on behalf of these developers, specifically Seagrape Village, the 112-unit project, and Polynesian Apartments, 84 units in Dade County, Florida. In an interview with the HUD Inspector General's office, Miami developer Jorge Perez stated that you told him you could get the necessary mod rehab units for his projects. And I would like to begin by asking, what specifically did you tell Mr. Perez?
Well, that conversation, I believe, took place in 1987. All right, I'm not fully in agreement with what Mr. Perez has said to you. I think what I said...
This is your chance
okay.
to indicate what your recollection is.
And it's indicated in the correspondence that I'm sure the committee has access to.
Yes.
At no time did I ever promise Mr. Perez that I could get him units. What I did say to Mr. Perez was that there was a fairly long, drawn-out process that, as someone who was familiar with how HUD operated, I thought I might be able to assist him. But at no point did I ever indicate to him that I could guarantee getting him any units at all. I said I would use my best efforts. As I told many people in a lot of activities that I was involved in over the years, I have never, ever promised a result to any client. And he may have just either been confused or I don't know what his motivation was, but I can assure you, and I think the record shows, nowhere will you ever see me guaranteeing a client that I could acquire anything, whether it was units, whether it was a result on any other kind of project. That's not what I did because that wasn't the case.
Well, you entered into a contract with Mr. Perez to, and I quote from the contract, secure the necessary Section 8 moderate rehab allocation, end quote from the contract. Your fee was to be $500 per unit and a 15% ownership interest in the project, plus a 15% share of all cash flow and profits from the construction of the project. This is a quote from the contract. Is that accurate?
Without looking at it, I believe that's probably what was included in the contract.
Very good. How did you come to establish such a fee, Mr. Kissner?
Well, the establishment of fees is a kind of, it's not a scientific endeavor.
Right.
Okay, thank you. It would depend on the skill of the individual involved, myself having, not being a novice, if you will, my educational background, which is extensive, the amount of time that would be involved, and what the market would bear. All of these factors would go into consideration.
Right.
Whether you were going to get a participation in a project or whether you were going to just get a fee,
right.
That would all go into determining how a fee would be set. I'm sure you found out by now in your testimony that the fees have ranged all over the place, so
Exactly.
there wasn't any set figure.
Right. Now, in a January 5, 1987 letter, which accompanied your contract, you wrote to Mr. Perez, I'm quoting from your letter, "You should be aware that I have recently met with all the appropriate officials in Washington to discuss this matter. We now only have to await a decision," end quote. You were waiting for a decision from HUD, yet Mr. Perez did not even apply to HUD until February 5, 1987, 1 full month after your meetings on this project. I have several questions in connection with this item. Specifically, which HUD officials did you meet with in connection with this matter?
Okay, I don't know that I met with anyone. Specifically, and this is going back 3 years, so I'm going...
Well, you are saying in your letter...
Yeah, I say appropriate officials. I don't name any officials. It could have been Debbie Dean that I spoke with. It could have been Hunter Cushing. It may have been somebody at a lower level. But what I wanted to indicate to him that I had spoken to officials that were involved in the mod rehab decision-making process.
How did you determine which were the, quote, appropriate officials?
Well, I had some idea of how the process worked in that I knew what department that mod rehab came under organizationally. Having worked at HUD, I was familiar with the organizational chart. And I knew that, as you've already heard, that the general perception was that it was a discretionary type program and that the Secretary's office had some input. So that's how I would have determined.
Well, you indicated a minute ago that you might have met with Deborah Dean.
No, I didn't meet. I'm certain I didn't meet with him.
You
I would have probably talked to her over the telephone.
What would you have told her?
Well, and this is speculation, I would have probably said...
How well did you know her?
I knew her. I mean...
Well, but I mean, how long did you know her? What was the nature of the relationship?
I knew of her from when I was at HUD.
She readily took your call?
Well, I'm not sure she readily took it.
But
I mean, I was able to talk to her. I may have tried, a while to get her.
Yeah.
She was very busy.
Yeah.
I mean, we weren't, bosom buddies, if you mean, or personal friends. We had a working relationship, and I like to think that my time at HUD, she respected my work as a competent individual. I didn't just call her up on the spur of the moment for frivolous things, so I would like to think that she would think if Gerald Kissner was calling, it was, serious. He's a person of substance, and, she'd take the call. But I don't know what her thought processes were. I'm speculating.
You also knew Hunter Cushing,
Yes, I
who
know.
also took your calls.
Sir?
Who also took your call.
Yeah, Hunter would take my calls, yes.
All right. These were the two names you mentioned. Are there any other officials
That I
in
would have
connection
talked
with
to?
this project that you might have talked to?
Oh, well, now, keep in mind, I didn't talk to any of them specifically about a project, because this is a misconception that I've listened to and I've heard and I'm aware of through the years. As a Deputy General Counsel, I knew full well that the mod rehab program was not a developer-specified program. In the marketplace, and I think a lot of consultants helped enhance this misperception by saying that, you know, there were units that were for a developer. Well, unlike the old Section 8 substantial rehab program, which were developer specified, I mean, the actual allocation had a project name on it, mod rehab did not have individuals' names on them. It had a public housing authority. So what I would have said to her, or to anyone in any of my advocacy, was this particular public housing authority has a need, it's legitimate, there's a waiting list, they've handled it in the past.
But you know full well, on the basis of all the hearings we have had, that that's pure fiction. I mean, we don't, allow me.
Sure.
We will not go back to square one. I don't want to recount for you, for instance, the Black Manafort project in Deerfield. It was not at all as you are beginning to describe it. That's not even tangentially related to the reality.
Well,
the reality was that well-connected people got the units, in this instance didn't even go to the town where the project was going to be funded. They did the whole thing, and when the whole thing was sealed, signed, and delivered, that is when the mayor found out about it. So don't try to take us back, Mr. Kisner,
no, I'm not.
To a fairyland, to an Alice in Wonderland world. We have sat through enough hearings, we have heard enough people under oath, and you are under oath, to know that that's not at all the way it worked. The way it worked was precisely that it was developer and consultant driven, and it was an influence peddling scheme. We have established that.
All right, Mr.
The
Chair.
purpose of, I'm not finished yet. The purpose of your testimony is to determine your particular role in this influence peddling scheme. That's what we are here to find out. We know what the scheme was. The evidence for that is as tall as a very tall skyscraper. So that is not an issue. We don't want to go back and replay all of that. We have it on the record, under oath. What we want to know exactly how you fit into this picture. So let me go back.
Can I finish the
No, I
respond
am
to that?
not yet finished.
Okay.
I ask the questions, you give the answers. But I want you to give the answers to the questions I ask. You said a minute ago that having worked at HUD, you knew the organization chart.
That's correct.
That's correct. Well, Deborah Dean has nothing to do with mod rehab on the organization chart. So if you called Deborah Dean, you didn't call her because of the organization chart.
No, but Mr. Chairman, I also said that the Secretary's office had some input in that process.
They sure did.
That's what I said,
So,
correct? And Debbie Dean was in the Secretary's office.
so you called her not because she technically dealt with mod rehab, but because the power to make decisions was in the Secretary's office, either in the hands of Mr. Pierce or in the hands of Ms. Dean. Is that your testimony?
No, my testimony is, as I said, the Secretary's office had input into mod rehab decisions, and I was aware of that.
Did he have input, or did he have the critical voice?
That I don't know. I personally don't know. And
Okay.
I've heard what other testimony is.
Okay. Well, let me go back to the dates I mentioned earlier. On January 5, 1987, you write to Mr. Perez, who hired you, that you have met with all the appropriate officials in Washington to discuss the matter. Mr. Perez submits the application a month later, February 5, one full month later, While in January you tell him, January 5, we now only have to await a decision. How do you explain this discrepancy, Mr. Kisner?
I can't. I don't. Are you saying he submitted his application to the Dade County Housing Authority? Or are you saying Dade County submitted it to Washington?
The application to HUD was submitted on February 5, 1987.
From Dade County?
Do we have the... We will get you the application.
Okay.
You don't think you discussed it before it was submitted? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't know. I don't know whether he had submitted it prior to me being hired. I just wouldn't know that. I did not discuss when he submitted his application, so
Well,
I mean,
as sophisticated as you are, you wouldn't ask whether there is an application on file before you go to bat for it?
no, let me tell you what. Okay, this is the application to the Housing Authority in Miami, as I asked you.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't submit anything to Washington. That's what I was getting at. So I didn't know when he submitted it. I mean, I'm just finding this out. My question would have been to him, you know, do you have an application in? And, you know, as I would have asked anyone, do you have an application in with the Housing Authority? You know, I know what you just said to me, but I'm telling you my experience and the way I operated, since you want to know how I fit into all of this.
Well, how could you discuss an application with Deborah Dean or Hunter Cushing when there was no application?
No, I discussed the Housing Authority, Dade County. That's how I operated.
Did they hire you?
Did who hire me?
The Dade County Housing
sir.
Authority?
No, sir.
So then you were not discussing the Dade County Housing Authority application. You were discussing, you were special pleading the case of your client,
Well,
which was not Dade County, was it?
Well, Mr. Lantos, as I tried to say, and you didn't let me finish, because I knew that units went to housing authorities, I always told individuals it has to go to the housing authority. It is useless for you to talk about your own individual units. Now, that's what I did. I'm not talking about what everyone else was doing out there.
Well, why didn't the housing authority hire you?
I don't know why the housing authority
Well,
didn't
why
hire
do you
me.
think Mr. Perez hired you?
Well, I can speculate that he thought because of my past experience that I knew how to, you know, operate within the environment. He knew that I was aware of the regulations. He knew that I had worked with housing authorities in the past. I would think that is why he hired me.
Do you think Mr. Perez hired you to get the units for the housing authority or to get the units for his project?
Well, if they don't get to the housing authority, he doesn't have a project. That's the reality.
I grasp that. But if they get to the housing authority, your testimony is it wouldn't necessarily get to him.
That's true. That's very true. And in
Did
fact,
it get to him?
Yes, it did.
How did that happen?
He was selected by the housing authority. I always told
On a competitive basis?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
I always told clients, look, if the units come to the housing authority, there is no guarantee that you're going to get them unless, you know, you're in the pipeline or unless whatever their competitive program is, there's no assurance. That's why I never guaranteed a client that they would get units. Again, Mr. Chairman, I'm telling you the way I operated. That's the way I did it.
On October 13th of last year, former HUD official J. Michael Queenan was asked whether he had hired consultants Bill Taylor, Phil Abrams, and Linda Murphy, quote, because they had access to the allocation of units, end quote. Mr. Queenan replied, that is correct, end his quote. What did you tell Mr. Perez to indicate that you had access to the allocation of MUD rehab units?
I don't believe that I told him anything about my access to my rehab units.
But why would he give you such a sweet contract that's worth so
Well,
much
I
money?
think if you look at some other contracts, mine isn't that sweet at all. First of all, it doesn't cost him anything. It was a contingency situation. If he got his units, he had to pay me. If he didn't have to pay me.
That's right. He got them.
He got them. Mr. Perez also used a lot of other folks in his activities. So, you know, it wasn't that there was any kind of exclusivity with me.
How much did the 15% cash flow and the profits from the construction of the projects amount to?
I don't know, I can get that for you.
You have a ballpark figure?
200,000 maybe?
So it did cost him some money.
Well,
It cost him about $200,000.
After he got the project.
Yeah, but it cost him, didn't it? He must have assumed that you had something to do with getting the units for him.
Oh, of course.
Otherwise, he would not have given you a contract that you say is worth $200,000.
Well, let's follow this sequentially. At the time we entered into the contract, it didn't cost him anything.
That's correct.
He was taking a roll of the dice. If he got the units, then he didn't mind paying me because he was successful. If he didn't get the units, it didn't cost him anything. Yet he had the benefit of me working, giving him advice, planning strategy with him. So I'm sure that's why he did it.
Well, when a lawyer accepts a contingency fee arrangement, we understand what that means.
Mm-hmm.
That means that if he's successful, then he is paid by the client. So it's not accurate to say that it costs the client nothing, is it?
Well, I don't want to argue with you on...
Well, feel free to if you think there is flaw in my logic.
Well, in effect, it doesn't cost him anything unless he wins. That's why it's contingent.
But if he gets the units, it's cost him.
Yeah. Let me tell you, as you're probably aware, there are other arrangements where people have to pay money up front.
I understand.
Whether or not there's a delivery or not. And now in that situation, it costs something.
But it may cost less.
It may cost less.
Okay. Did you put any of your own cash at risk to obtain this 15% interest?
No, sir.
So what you had at risk was really just your
time and
your influence at HUD.
Well, I wouldn't say that. What I had at risk was my time.
Right.
Time working on something that may not come to fruition when I could have been working on something else that may have paid me.
How many hours of your time did this entire project take? I know you have to guess.
From the beginning
From the beginning to the end.
I honestly can't answer that.
Well, of course you can. You're an extremely intelligent person, and you can tell us.
But I want to be accurate.
Well,
and this
I'm
was
asking
3
you
years
not
ago.
to be accurate. I'm asking you to give me a ballpark figure. I'm asking you, did it take 100 hours of your
No,
time?
I know it didn't take 100 hours.
50 hours?
No.
25 hours?
I don't think 25.
15?
Maybe around there.
Okay, let's say 15 hours for conversations.
Okay, but I see what you're getting at.
But don't worry about what I'm getting at. I'm worrying about what I'm getting at. You say that so far, this project has yielded $200,000 to you?
Approximately, probably, yeah.
What will it yield by the time it's completed?
Oh, that's it.
That's it. It's
That's
just
it.
$200,000.
I'm finished.
You're finished.
Yes, sir.
You're working at about $14,000 an hour.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were getting at. And what I wanted to say to you is that...
That's not bad.
But that's also kind of inaccurate. There are a lot of things in this world. If you look at what a baseball player, a football player, a basketball player gets for their hourly work, it will come to, I'm sure, something far in excess of that.
Absolutely.
So,
and so does a violin virtuoso.
Yes.
So in what context were you a virtuoso? Why would anyone pay you $14,000 an hour?
They didn't pay me $14,000.
You agree that those are virtuoso salaries?
It depends on the context. It's relative.
Okay, well, I would call them virtuoso salaries.
All right.
That's a matter of judgment.
All right. It was not an hourly basis. Compensation, as I'm sure you're familiar, can be handled on a number of ways. There's obviously the hourly basis. There's the contingency. There's a mixed. There's a value of services. So I would not look at this on an hourly basis. I would look at it more on a value of services, on what the final product.
You were neither Michelangelo nor Beethoven. I mean, on an hourly basis, that's pretty steep, isn't it? $14,000 an hour.
Yes, if you look at it that way.
Yeah, I look at it that way.
But I wouldn't look at it that way.
Large numbers of people work a whole year for that.
That's true.
That's right. Okay. Well, let's move on to Little Havana. 205 units, Dade County. On September 6, 1986, you entered into a contract with a Miami developer by the name of Art Martinez in which you agreed to act, and I'm quoting, as a consultant and not as a lawyer, it's in quotes, in getting him a Section 8 mud rehab grant from HUD. You say, in quotes, fees would be based on a per unit success rate of $900. My understanding is, Ms. Kisner, that your company received a fee of $184,500 on August 4, 1987, for your work on this project. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
What did you do to earn this fee?
Well, I had a number of meetings with Mr. Martinez.
How many would you say?
Again,
Well,
can I see the letter that I wrote on that too, please?
Yeah, staff will get you the letter.
That's all right if you don't have it. That's all right.
Well, I think I outlined in my letter what I was going to do. In addition, as you notice in the next to last paragraph, I make no assurances of success. I promise only that every reasonable effort shall be made on your behalf. We worked on getting the approval from the Jacksonville office for Mr. Martinez. We worked on his application. We worked on trying to get the local authority to make a favorable decision on his behalf. I gave him advice on how I thought he needed to structure his application to make it acceptable in Washington, and I outlined those things in our letter agreement.
Whom did you see at HUD in connection with this project?
I don't recall who I saw, if I saw anyone in HUD on this.
You may not have seen anyone at HUD in Washington.
In 1986, whoever would have been the Assistant Secretary for Housing, I might have talked to them. I would have probably talked to the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Multifamily Housing.
Who was there at the time?
I don't know. If you tell me who it was.
Hunter Cushing.
Was it Hunter Cushing? Then I would have mentioned it to Hunter Cushing.
Mm-hmm. On that project, what would you say is the number of hours you put in?
I put in more time than I did on Mr. Perez because he had a complicated issue.
30 hours?
Probably.
And your compensation on that project was $184,500?
That's accurate.
Well, that's a bargain rate. We are now down to $6,000 an hour. I'm interested in your self-description as a consultant, because several other attorneys who have appeared before us, such as Carla Hills, Linda Murphy, insisted that their work was legal, not consultative. Now, how did your work as a consultant differ from what you would have done as a lawyer, as Mrs. Hills insisted we refer to her work and Miss Murphy did?
Well, it's a fine line, I think.
Draw it for me.
Well, let me get to it, and
okay.
It's in the interest of trying to be accurate and honest.
Right.
A lot of times, both with Mr. Perez, for example, and Mr. Martinez, I have functioned as their lawyer also. But I couldn't justify in my mind what I was doing was not purely legal. Some parts of it were legal. I've been hired as a consultant to public housing authorities because of my legal expertise as well as my program management background. So to me, it just made sense that I purely wasn't a lawyer in all those instances, and that's why I characterized myself as a consultant.
The closing statement for this project indicates that in addition to the $184,500 paid to you as a consultant, a fee was paid to a law firm called Sparber, Shevin, Shapo, and Heilbronner, to which you are or were counsel, the amount of $79,100.
That's correct.
Did the law firm share any part of that fee with you?
No, sir.
Did you get any compensation from that law firm at all?
Ever?
No, during this period that you did this project?
Well, I was of counsel to the law firm, so I was getting a salary from them. Now, I suppose, you know, an economist would say if all the money came in the firm...
That's what an economist would say.
That's right, that if all the money came into the firm, then I probably got a piece of that money, but it was not designated. This project was a discrete effort. They did the legal work, and they did not pay me any money. I was getting my regular, you know, monthly draw.
What was your annual retainer from the law firm at that?
Well, let's see, it changed because my status changed with that firm over the years.
Yeah.
It went from a low of about $30,000 a year to a high of about maybe 80.
Mm-hmm. And is it fair to say you...
By the way, that firm is bankrupt now, so it doesn't exist.
Well, paying such compensation. No one. Why did you select that firm to be borrower's counsel?
Well, because I knew them, they were close, and you know, there are a lot of firms around that could do it, but I knew the fellows involved. They were very competent in real estate matters.
You didn't see a conflict being of counsel to the firm?
Oh, no. No, absolutely not.
Let me turn to your dealings with Mr. Demery, who just finished his testimony. Our review of Mr. Demery's appointment book when he served as Assistant Secretary of Housing, his telephone logs indicates that you had several contacts with him. Telephone call on December 17, 1986, requesting a meeting. Appointment to see him, January 12, 1987. The notation says, next to that appointment, to discuss mod rehab. You telephoned him on April 29, 1987, regarding a problem with a contractor in Cleveland on a project for the elderly. You also telephoned Mr. Demery on September 10, 87, January 1988, January 28, 88. On that same day, you stopped by and visited with him. You called him again, February 10, 88, March 18, 1988. How many times did you meet with him altogether?
Oh, I'm sure I met with him probably whatever you say. And that's not unusual. I represented various clients that had various matters before HUD. He was in a key position. He had a large area that he was over. And so I would have met him from time to time. Now, I can tell you that I have never spoken to Tom Demery about any mod rehab project. The notation and the federal guys have me at a great advantage. I don't keep those kind of meticulous records where we scribble down every moment. But what I would have met him on that mod rehab notation, it would have been about the changes that were taking place in the program. It would have been conceptually, you know, is there still going to be mod rehab? What's going on with the program? That kind of thing. But we never discussed specific projects. The notation about the contractor in Cleveland, I can tell you what that was because I was working for the Housing Authority in Cleveland. And they had a contractor that was trying to get a housing project. I think it was a mortgage issue that was involved. And we all were going to have a meeting in Washington about it. I represent the Housing Authority that wanted to see this project go through because there were a number of tenants that they felt needed to be housed, and this was an important project on behalf of the Housing Authority. And so that was the reason that we talked about that, because another law firm was representing the developers. I believe it was Linda Murphy's law firm. They had already arranged a meeting to meet with Demery. I found out about it late. The Housing Authority asked me, because they had an indirect vested interest, if I would just go to the meeting and see what I could do on their behalf. The other encounters, I would have called him just on any matter, and that's not something I would try to hide. He was a very important official.
Yeah, according to his logs, you called him on January 6 and March 1888 and left messages that you needed to talk with him about Alberto Cardenas.
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing for Mr. Cardenas?
I don't know, sir, but it would have probably been involving some HUD matter.
Was he a client of yours?
No, he was a friend of mine, and a fellow lawyer in Florida. You know, Al was quite active in the housing area, and without any other notes, the only thing I can surmise is that he needed to see Mr. Demery about a matter, and he asked me if I would try to set up a meeting, and that's what I tried to do.
You never received any compensation from Mr. Cardenas?
No.
All of your work on his behalf was a gesture of friendship?
I didn't really do any work on Mr.
You didn't do any work?
behalf. I tried to, this specific notation, and again, I'm surmising just on what you say and what I know about Al and what he was up to. I would have just tried to arrange a meeting so that, you know, he could sit down with Mr. Demery.
No, it was you who wanted to see Mr. Demery on Mr. Cardenas' behalf, according to the log.
Oh, is that what it?
Yeah.
Well, again, it would have been some matter that Al was working on.
Did he do work for you, Mr. Cardenas?
No.
Neither of you had any paid employment by the other. He didn't hire you and you didn't hire him.
Not that I can think of.
I'm sending you down a check in the amount of $14,000.
Right. That I sent to him.
Which you sent to him on January 31, 88. Can you tell us why?
Yes. Al and I were going to do some ventures together in the housing field, and this was his share of our first venture. And then I was to get compensated on one of his deals, which never came about. So basically, I was out 14 grand.
Explain that a little better for us. Why did you send him $14,000?
We were partners.
How much money did you put into this project? You were partners in what?
We were partners in, you know, Al and I, we've known each other for a number of years, and I would have to go to the file, and I could send that to you. I can't just offhand remember.
You don't recall what you were partners in?
We've talked about a lot of things, a couple things we tried to do, we didn't do. I've known him for many years, and specifically I can find out what this was about. The thing I do remember is that I was just out $14,000 because I didn't get anything back.
You'll submit that for the record.
Yes.
Pursue that a little bit more, he doesn't know.
Excuse me, Mr. Kistner, I am listening to the questions, and I am having a difficult time understanding how you don't know how you sent someone $14,000.
No, I said I don't remember, Mr. Shays. And
I have a difficult time understanding how you don't remember why you sent someone $14,000.
Well, I can understand that, but that's what I don't remember, and I'll get the documentation and submit it to you.
Well, if it happens under those circumstances, then I'm going to make a request that you come back here again to go over those documents. So I'm just wondering if you couldn't just
well, I'll just have to come back, sir. I'm being honest and straightforward.
Well, but it defies logic that an individual could write out a check for $14,000 and not know why he sent someone $14,000.
Well,
that defies logic. It's stupid. It's unexplainable. And you have got to have some recollection of why you would have sent someone $14,000. Are you saying to us you have no recollection whatsoever why you sent him $14,000? Is that your testimony?
I'm telling you that Al and I have, you know, been dealing with each other for a number of years. I cannot remember specifically what this was for. I'll be happy to get it, and if you want me to come back, I'll come back. But
I don't want you to come back.
I don't want to come back.
I'm tired of these hearings. I don't want you to come back.
But I'm just being straightforward, and I'm not going to say anything different because I don't recall. I'll be happy to
Did
try
you send him any other dollars besides 14,000? I mean, is it trying to figure out why 14 as opposed to 10 as opposed to 8? Have you sent him any other checks?
I can't recall.
Okay, so this is the only check that you have ever sent him. Is that your testimony?
I'm saying to the best of my knowledge, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, it's the only check, and you're also saying, and you have been a very believable witness. You have come across as highly intelligent, very aware of what's going on, and it just is just too much an aberration in your testimony. It's your testimony you have sent him no other money other than this $14,000 to the best of your recollection,
yes,
but you do not know why you sent him $14,000.
Sir, I don't want to sound repetitive.
No, I want you to repeat it. I want you to tell me that.
As I indicated, I'm sure it was for a business reason. I will find out specifically what it was. I don't want to come back here, but if you make me, I'll come back here and go into it. And that's, I'm being straight and honest with you.
Are you surprised that you don't remember this? I mean,
no, I'm not surprised.
Why, do you send a lot of people $14,000?
No, but, you know, we have dealt with substantial sums of money. I mean, in the real big scale of things, $14,000 isn't a whole lot of money. I mean, if we're talking about people getting fees of $1 million, what is a $14,000 payment? Now, I didn't get fees of $1 million.
I guess you sent the check for 14, didn't you? I mean, yeah, we're not talking.
My company did.
Have you given some people $1 million?
No, I didn't. This is my company sent it. I didn't personally send this. It came out of the company's account.
And the company's name?
As on the check, Lasaki Management Corporation.
How many partners are there in this company?
It's a corporation. There aren't partners.
How many
shareholders?
How many shareholders?
One.
Who's that?
Me.
Okay, so I mean, let's not play a game here. This is not a corporation with hundreds of employees.
No.
It's a corporation with you, and you're it, and you signed the check, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you sent out $1 million to anybody?
No.
Okay,
no.
so we're not talking about $1 million here, $1 million here, and 14,000. Why would I remember 14,000? We're talking about $14,000.
But we're talking about, I have paid legal fees in excess of $14,000.
Okay.
And that's the only context I'm trying to put this in, Mr. Shays.
Well, you just lost me on this one. And,
well, I'm sorry. I regret that.
Well, we'll pursue it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Approximately, what was your income during 1987?
I don't know. I'd have to get my income tax
Well,
return.
approximately, was it
100,000, 125,000.
in that range?
Yes, sir.
That was your adjusted gross income?
Probably.
Before taxes?
No, that would have been
After taxes, it was your net income.
after everything.
So this amount, this sum represents about 10% of your income for that year?
Which sum, sir?
The $14,000.
Of my income?
Well, you said
No,
your
this
income
came out of
was...
the company. See,
how much was the company's income in that
The company
same period?
might have made that year probably, I don't know, $250,000 maybe?
Net.
Yes,
So, and you owned it 100%.
yes.
So you and the company combined had an income of about $300,000 that year.
That's probably correct.
Okay.
I'd have to get the
Okay.
accurate figures.
So the 14,000 figure is still about 5% of your combined earnings.
Okay.
And you still had no clue as to what it was for. It's not credible, Mr. Kisner. That's
but I'm
Congressman
sorry.
Shay's
I mean,
problem.
I could say,
it's not that far away.
Yeah,
It's January '88.
well, there's been a lot going on in my life since then. It may have been a legal fee. I just don't know, and I don't want to go on the record saying what it was if it really wasn't.
But a few minutes ago you said you never hired him, he never hired you.
No,
This
to
was
my
a business
recollection,
deal and you were out $14,000.
right. But what I'm saying, just to answer Mr. Shays, I could just say anything, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to find out what it is, and I'll be happy to submit the materials.
Well, let's move on to Cleveland, Ohio consulting contract. As I understand it, beginning June 3, 1987, you were retained as a consultant to the Metropolitan Housing Authority in Cleveland. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you obtain that contract?
I applied for it.
With whom did you negotiate that contract?
Well, I probably would have initially started talking to the director of the Housing Authority.
Who was that?
At that time, it was probably George James.
Would there have been anybody else involved in negotiations?
Yes, the whole board would have been involved because the board would have had to approve it. This was not something he could do on his own.
Mm-hmm. What did you actually do for the Housing Authority?
Do you have a copy of the contract? Because it's laid out in very detailed terms.
Well, I'd like you to tell it to me in your own words. I don't want to read the legal document. Can you tell me what you did for the Housing
I did a lot of things for them. I provided strategy, planning for the director. I helped, they had a problem with HUD on a number of audit findings that were discovered.
What kinds of audit findings?
Well, like they didn't keep good records, just things like that. They were.
And did you set up a new accounting system?
No, but I worked with them on trying to find an accountant to do it. I told them, you know, what they had to do to comply with the rules and regulations of HUD. General kind of management, organizational design suggestions.
Mm-hmm. What was your annual fee for the Housing Authority in Cleveland?
Well, it got cut off. My contract got cut off. So.
Well, when you started it, what was it?
It was probably $90 an hour, if I recall.
My understanding was that that was an annual fee.
Well, but that's not correct. That's what we originally talked about,
Mm-hmm.
but they then decided to just break it down on a monthly basis, and then it was based on the bills that I submitted. So, I mean, initially it started off, I had a $5,000 a month retainer, and that went on for about three or 4 months, and then they said, well, you know, maybe we better not do this on a monthly basis. Submit your bills to us, and we'll pay you, you know, on what you actually do, as opposed to just a straight retainer.
How much time did you spend on this?
I spent a lot of time with that
on a monthly
authority.
basis?
A lot, because they had a lot of problems.
Full time?
Not full time, but I spent
Half
a lot of
time?
time. I spent probably 20 hours
20 hours per what?
per month, and then it would just depend on if there was a special project that might take more time.
20 hours per month?
Yeah, but see now, you're going to, that's my estimation.
Yeah, approximately.
Okay, all right. I just saw how you grabbed on that.
Well, I'm happy to have you change that figure.
No,
I don't know. I haven't a clue how much time you spent.
I think well, for example, some of the bills, there's a 30-hour bill here. Here's another 25-hour bill here.
You say the contract was cut off? Why?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe they thought that they were paying too much money.
You are not doing any work for them now?
No.
Are you?
No, I might add, I'm not doing much work for anyone as a result of the publicity that's come out of these hearings.
Let me just say, I mean, there's that may be a factor. It's also a factor, for instance, in my county of Fairfield County, there is only one building project in the entire county.
Yeah.
So the times have changed a bit since '86.
Ms. Kisner, would you be so kind and submit to the subcommittee as soon as possible all of your HUD-related consulting contracts during the past 4 years?
All right, now let me just clarify something. This wasn't just a HUD contract that I had with
Right. All
CMHA.
housing-related contracts.
Whether they had to do with HUD or not,
Well, these presumably were HUD-related, were they?
there were some HUD-related matters, but I did things that had to do in the local city, had to do with the county and the state of Ohio that had nothing to do with HUD. And, you know, I just want to be sure, because I thought that this hearing is to deal with HUD matters. I mean, do you want everything I've ever done?
HUD-related work in the last 4 years.
Contracts.
Well, if these were contracts, then contracts. If these were letter arrangements, then letters. If they were oral arrangements, then a description.
With all due respect, I think you probably have everything.
Well, I want to be sure that we do, Mr. Kisner. That's why we are asking you to submit it.
But I'm pretty sure. I mean, you've got CMHA. I know you've got Bridgeport. You've got my private stuff. I don't have anything else.
We just want to be accurate.
All right.
I just would like to conclude briefly with your dealings with Mr. Pierce.
Okay.
When Mr. Pierce testified before the subcommittee about a year ago, you were one of the few former HUD people he recalled talking to about specific housing projects. Can you tell us what specific housing projects you and Secretary Pierce
Well, let me
discussed?
say I was a little amazed when I heard my name thrown out of all the people that he's dealt with. When I was the Deputy General Counsel at HUD, I probably saw the Secretary, well, outside of staff meetings, I may have had 1 or 2 meetings with him, so I was a little amazed that he remembered me.
You must have made an impression.
The time that I think he might be confusing something, I didn't talk to him about I've never talked to him about a housing project. I think what he's talking about is I was representing an individual that had an SBA HUD problem.
Who was that?
It was Elliot Holland.
I'm sorry.
Elliot Holland.
Where? What?
In Michigan.
In Michigan.
Right.
When did you represent Mr. Holland?
80. This representation, whenever the meeting was it 87? That's the meeting I had with him.
You had one meeting with him?
And it was specifically about Mr. Holland's situation. Now, that's what he may have been referring to. But we have never discussed any
Did Mr. Holland compensate you for work on his behalf?
Yes.
What was that compensation?
It didn't come directly to me. It came to the firm. At the time, I was with Sparber Shevin.
Yeah.
So the firm billed him at, whatever his rates were.
You have no idea what... Was it legal work on an hourly basis?
It was legal work. It was all legal work.
On an hourly basis?
Yes.
You will submit that for us also?
What would you like?
What that compensation was for Mr. Holland's project?
Well, I'll try, but now remember that firm has gone bankrupt. I don't know where their records are. They're in Miami.
What was the substance of your conversation with Mr. Pierce in connection with that project?
Well, the substance was this, though, and I wrote him a long memo about this, too, a legal memo. We were making the assertion that Mr. Holland was unfairly being kept from receiving some HUD funds that he had earned.
He had earned
through a contract. He had a contract with SBA and HUD, and he had completed the work, and there seemed to be some dispute as to whether or not the work was completed, whether or not he should be paid, and so
What
HUD,
was the amount involved?
it was in the 6 figures.
Low 6 figures, high 6?
Low.
100,000?
Maybe 150, 60, something like that.
Okay.
And they were holding this back, and he was going out of business.
Right.
So there was a sense of urgency. It was a very complicated matter because SBA was saying that they felt that Holland shouldn't be paid.
Yes.
And so I appealed to the secretary to intervene. I made the legal case, made the programmatic case. Here's a man that had been paid. He was a small minority contractor, and I thought he was unfairly being treated by the agency.
Did you succeed in getting his money?
Part of it. But we didn't get it all. In fact, he ultimately went out of business.
Congressman Shays.
Let me ask you this. A small business administration deals with small business, correct? So, I mean, that's kind of, it seems to me kind of redundant to say it's a small business.
I don't understand what you're getting
Well,
at, sir.
I guess you were explaining to Mr. Lantos that it was a small minority contractor and you felt he was being unfairly treated. The bottom line was that everybody dealing with the SBA is a small contractor. Is that not correct?
Well, they're small, then they're small. I mean,
Okay.
he was very small.
I'm not going to spend much more time on the $14,000, but would you tell me, Mr. Lantos asked if you had any dealings with this individual who received the $14,000 and you had given us the impression no. He brings down the paper and you say, oh, you mean the $14,000 before you saw the $14,000. How the heck did you know there was $14,000 before you even saw it and not know what the heck it was for?
How did I know it was $14,000?
Yes, you hadn't even looked at the document. As he brought it down, you mean, oh, the $14,000. Then you look at it.
Well, because when he mentioned, well, I knew he was sending something down here.
Right. He knew he was sending something.
I knew he was sending a check down here.
And you knew it was $14,000.
That's an easy figure to remember.
Okay, but you don't know what it was for. You still maintain that?
I don't remember the specifics. And Congressman Shea, I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
No, you are giving me a hard time.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
I'm not asking for the specifics. Give me the general.
No, I'm saying I don't know exactly what it was for. I'll find that out. I'll get it to you.
Yeah. I guess my only reason for being upset is that we're going to find out one way or the other, and it would have been nice to find out today and not have to have another hearing to have you question.
I don't want to come back here either, but I mean...
You're a prime candidate for coming back.
Well, I'm sorry.
I have a number of questions, and I just, I tried to listen very carefully to what you had to say and to what Mr. Lantos was asking. I wrote these down as direct quotes. You said, one, I had an idea how the process worked, and I found myself saying, you're damn right he knew how the process worked. He had been the deputy corporation counsel who decided, the corporation counsel decided we weren't going to operate under any rules. Tell me, how did the process work for mod rehab? Your quote, I had an idea of how the process worked. How did it work?
The way I viewed it, my view was that a public housing authority would make an application to Washington, submitting an application indicating the need that they had. And they would then, through either advertising or whatever their local procedure was, make it known to developers that they had units available. At which time, if they were successful in receiving units, the developer would apply to the local PHA, and the selection would be made.
And you also were well aware that developers were hiring consultants. Is that not correct?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you were aware that they were hiring consultants. Why were they hiring consultants?
I can't answer why a specific developer would hire a consultant.
Well, it would strike me that if you were trying to convince developers that you should render, you had a service to offer, you must have told them that you had something to offer them.
And that's precisely my point. I did not operate that way. Consultants were running around, and it's common knowledge, puffing and telling developers they could do this, they could do that. I mean, there was just a whole lot of puffing going on out there. I didn't operate that way. Every developer that came to me, I said, look I cannot guarantee you units. I cannot guarantee. There were developers, there were consultants going around saying they could guarantee units. I never did that.
Mr. Kistner, you knew how the process was supposed to work, correct? You also knew how it worked. And wasn't there a difference?
There were deviations, probably, from the letter of the process.
You could not have been around HUD and not known how the process was.
Now, Mr. Shays, when I was at HUD, keep in mind what I did. I didn't have anything to do with mod rehab. I was the deputy general counsel. That was not an area that I dealt in.
No, Mr. Kistner, the reason why they hired you is you said you had an idea how the process worked.
Right, because I worked at HUD.
Okay, not how it's supposed to work, but you knew how it worked. And the way it worked was you hired a consultant, and he was able to call up the Deborah Gordines of this world and get an allocation for units, and then they would go back to the Public Housing Authority and say, do you want a unit? We've got it, and so on.
Well, that isn't the way it always worked, and that's why I don't agree with that.
We have not found it working any differently.
Well, I said in the audience, and I heard Demery say that there were projects where developers did what you said, and they didn't get the units.
Mr. Kistner, there were clearly developers who didn't get units. You're right. but the ones who got the units knew how it worked. And the way it worked was through, not based on merit, not based on competition, and you're not going to tell me, are you, that these were given out based on merit or competition?
My specific ones that I was involved in, yes, I will say that every one of the projects I worked on, if you go check, you'll see that they were meritoriously...
No, all of them are meritorious.
Well, no, I just heard about this country club one that you said the mayor didn't want. I'm talking about my projects were all legitimate. There was no flam in it, and you can go out there and look at every one of them that are done. They were desired by the public officials there. There was none of this. We didn't know that, like I heard you say, somebody in Seabrook or somewhere, the mayor didn't want it. I didn't get involved in that kind of activity.
Mr. Kistner, don't give us the impression that somehow we've discovered a public housing, a mod rehab that went through a competitive process. Your projects did not go through a competitive process.
No, what you said was they were not merited.
Your projects did not go through a competitive process. Are you telling us that we have finally found a project that went through a competitive process?
I'm saying that my projects were meritorious.
That's another point. They're all meritorious as far as the developers, as far as the consultants. I'm asking you a question, and if you would please answer it. Did your project go through a competitive process?
In what regard? Because when they got to the local level, I don't know. I would have to say they did.
Were your projects ranked and compared?
Again, I don't know what happened at the local level.
Isn't it a fact that you were able to get the attention of HUD by calling the Deborah Gordines of this world? Is that not true?
I didn't just call Deborah Dean.
No, you didn't just. You covered your bases, but you did. Your testimony is clear. You called Deborah Gordine.
Yes, I talked to Deborah, of course.
And some of the other people, like Hunter Cushing?
Yes.
Well, we basically determined these people were crooks in the system, and that's who you contacted.
Well,
you had an idea how the process worked, and that's how the process worked. So, you know, this facade that somehow, no, it's supposed to go to the Public Housing Authority, and then no, you knew exactly how the system worked. You were an insider, and you called the right people, and you got the project. Now, you also said, I know how to operate in the environment. Your exact quote. How does I know how to operate in the environment mean? How am I supposed to take that?
Can I comment on one thing you said?
You can comment on anything.
I'm not sure that I can agree that when you characterize people as crooks, you and I both know that that's a legal characterization that has not been determined. So I'm not going to say that they were crooks. I did not view them as crooks. And even after I've heard some of the testimony that's gone on over the year, I would not say that they were crooks. That's the first thing. Now, that may remain, that may change. I mean, you know, if this goes to justice or whatever and they're convicted, then that's a different matter. But at this point, I'm saying, to me, they were not crooks. I did not see any criminal behavior. As I told the IG, in all my activities, I did not see any criminal behavior going on at HUD. Now, the quote that I gave you is one that any advocate would say. I was familiar with the environment in which I worked. Plain and simple. I knew what you had to do in terms of structuring your application. I knew what you'll say the alleged criteria was that you had to have. I knew the needs situation that had to be met. That's what I mean when I say I knew how to work. I knew what kind of application would not be accepted. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, there was a corrupt process. There was without question, rules and regulations that were supposed to be followed that weren't. And the only way projects got funded, including yours, was to go through the corrupt process. And you knew how the system was supposed to work, the so-called criterias in the areas, and I agree with that. And you also knew what you had to do to get your project approved. And you've acknowledged that you made those important calls to people like Deborah Gordine. Let me ask you this. What were your responsibilities while you were at HUD?
I was the Deputy General Counsel.
Okay.
You mean what did I do like every day? Well, I worked with the Public Housing Department from time to time. I worked on special projects for the General Counsel. I worked for...
Who was the General Counsel at the time?
John Knapp.
I work.
This is Mr. Knapp, the individual who basically came before this committee and implied that he had negated the regulations and then wrote us back a letter saying he hadn't, and that it was an oral negation of the regulations. This is the individual you had worked for. What else did you do?
I did some work in the for the community development department. I did some personnel type work. Represented the general counsel from time to time in his absence. And that was it.
What did you do after you left HUD?
I went to Miami and worked for a law firm there.
Dealing in HUD matters?
No, because I have as you probably know, there was a one-year bar that affected me, so I did not deal with anything related to HUD for a year.
Did you have communication with HUD officials during that year, or basically that was...
I probably had one communication with somebody in the ethics department because there was a matter that someone wanted me to handle, and before I attempted to do it, I called Bert Bloomberg, or one of his assistants, to find out if it was something I could do, and I was told unquestionably no, I couldn't do it, even though I was only going to be tangentially involved. And at that point, I just decided, you know, I wasn't even going to fool with it. I didn't even go to HUD for a year. I didn't even walk in the halls for a year.
Can you tell us the cities and/or housing authorities that you represented after you left HUD?
I can tell you the cities that I've worked with: Cuyahoga Metropolitan Housing Authority.
I'm sorry, what?
Cuyahoga Metropolitan Housing Authority, the city of Bridgeport.
Any others?
Boston Housing Authority.
You were paid by the Boston Housing Authority?
Yes.
Okay.
And I did some work for, now this wasn't HUD related, but I did some work for the city of Miami.
Okay. Any others?
I believe that's it.
What was your assignment with the city of Bridgeport, and how long were you employed by them?
I was on a general retainer. Now, I was a lawyer. I was not a consultant to the city of Bridgeport. So I was on
Is there a difference, just so I
well,
know?
there's a difference, and I'll tell you the reason, to answer Mr. Lanto's question, the reason individuals want to be designated as lawyers as opposed to consultant is that as a lawyer, there's the attorney-client privilege that can be invoked. Now, I know it doesn't have applicability before a congressional committee, but there is some protection that I think individuals would probably want to utilize. So it's probably to their advantage in many situations to be characterized as a lawyer as opposed to a consultant. I have not done that unless what I was involved in really had a large chunk of legal activities, because I just didn't play that game. But with the city of Bridgeport, I was a lawyer. I was not a consultant.
And how long were you employed as a lawyer for the city of Bridgeport?
I think about 2 years.
Okay. And what was your remuneration?
Well, it varied. I think it started off, it was $5,000. And again, it wasn't mine. It went to the firm that I worked for the first year, I believe. And then when I left, it came to my firm. So it was $5,000 a year. And no, I think it was $6,000 a year, and then it was cut, I believe, to $4,000 or $5,000.
$5,000 a year or a month?
No, a month. I'm sorry,
Okay.
a month.
So it started out at $6,000 a month, and then it went to $5,000 a month.
I believe that's correct.
Why would Bridgeport have decided to hire you, a lawyer, and spend $5,000 a month for 2 years?
That's a hard question for me to answer. You know, you should probably ask them. I can tell you why I think.
No, it shouldn't be a hard question to answer. I mean, obviously...
Why does any client hire a lawyer?
Well,
I
that's...
was competent?
No, no,
that
no,
I
no,
knew
no.
Washington?
Don't tell me you were competent. You did
Well-
something for the city. This is not a private person. We're not destroying an attorney-client privilege here. This is a
I didn't
public
invoke
policy.
that. I didn't
No, I know
invoke
that.
it.
I just want to state it. It's the city of Bridgeport, a city that I represent as a congressman.
I know you
A
do.
city that has tremendous financial problems. The city felt it was important that they spend $5,000 a year for 2 years, a month, $5,000 a month for 2 years. And I would like to know, under what basis were you able to convince them that they should make that kind of expenditure?
You want to know how I convinced them?
You're darn right. They're laying off hundreds of people.
Well, they weren't laying it off then, Mr.
Yeah.
Shea.
No, but that's when they got into their financial mess.
Well, they felt that I could provide services to assist the city. Like many cities across this country hire lawyers in Washington.
Okay. How did Bridgeport find out about you?
Bridgeport found out about me through their director of community planning, I believe,
And his name was?
Charles Tisdale.
So Mr. Tisdale knew about you and felt it was in the city's best interest to hire you.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do for the $5,000 you received on a monthly basis? That's $1,000 a week.
Yes.
What did you do for $1,000 a week for 54 weeks? Excuse me, 104 weeks.
I met with city officials. I worked with them on various applications. We met with you a couple times.
I'd like to emphasize a couple of times, because that's about it, a couple of times, twice.
We worked on their public housing problem. We gave them advice and direction on many of their submissions. And, general counsel work.
I have to tell you that in the 2 meetings that you sat in, I found you extraordinarily capable and very helpful. And if they were paying you $5,000 a year, I would have said, we're getting our money's worth. I was absolutely astounded to learn that it was $5,000 a month. Now, in all the work that I was involved with at HUD, and they were extensive meetings, you only came twice in a plethora of meetings that I had. The city officials, the housing authority was shocked to learn that you had been employed by the city when you came up to a meeting there, which kind of, brought you to the attention of the general public. In all, how many meetings do you think you had with city officials other than Mr. Tisdale?
Mr. Shea, may I ask a question? Do you object to the fact that they paid me a certain fee? Or, what is your objection here?
Oh, I have a big objection to the city paying you or anyone else for what I perceive the amount of work that you spent, $5,000 a month.
But it wasn't HUD money. It had nothing to do with HUD. This was a private relationship that I had.
Oh, you mean this was not on HUD matters? This
was not HUD money, I'm saying.
No, forget HUD money.
But isn't what this committee is about HUD?
No, it is. It is because the whole allegation was that you were hired to help the city in its matters with HUD.
That's one of the things I was hired to do.
Okay, what else were you hired to do?
To provide counsel to them. They had a problem internally on a city matter.
No, you were hired by the housing director. You recommended by Mr. Tisdale, who was involved in development.
Well, but he was not just the housing director. He was a broad policy-making official for the city. And I don't understand what your beef is. This was not HUD money. This was a private deal. I did work for the city. Now, you say you only saw me at 2 meetings, but you didn't see what else I was doing.
And that's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, I did a lot of things. I went to a lot of meetings that you didn't attend. I wrote memos to the director. I met with the mayor a number of times. I provided advice to them as they were trying to deal with their public housing matter.
Was most of your work related to public housing for the city? You're not under oath suggesting that you did a lot of work other than housing matters, are you?
No, I'm saying I did other things beside housing matters. I was not just hired solely. And if you look at the contract, which you probably have, you'll see that it's not just housing that I was involved in.
Was the majority of your work on housing matters?
A good portion of it was on housing matters, but that was not the only reason I was hired. And what I'm confused about and dismayed is that you're getting on me because I got a fee from a private client that had nothing to do with HUD dollars.
No, wait, slow down a second. You know, this is a private account. No, you had the taxpayers of Bridgeport.
But the taxpayers of Bridgeport didn't complain. The mayor knew about it.
Stop. When the taxpayers of Bridgeport knew about it, you were fired. That's the bottom line.
True.
That is true, sir.
Well,
the bottom line is that when you came up to a meeting and you started speaking for the city and people didn't know who you were, you came to the attention of the general public and you were let go by
Mr. Shea, let me tell you, you weren't there. That is not what happened. When I went, and plus, those people did not tell the truth. They knew full well that I was working for the city of Bridgeport. As you are aware, there's a big conflict that had been going on between the housing authority and the city administration, particularly the mayor. It was a local political conflict that was going on. When I came up there as an outsider, there was resentment on the part of the housing authority because they resented the mayor being involved. Every one of those people knew that I had been involved in Bridgeport before. And so, you know, I'm getting tagged for something that I did not create. The reason, and I didn't get fired, my contract was not renewed because the mayor decided he was cutting back, and the mayor subsequently was defeated. So I just don't think that's a fair characterization to say that once the public, as if this was some sneaky backroom deal, my contract was debated in open council. It had to be approved by the city council. It was signed by the mayor. This wasn't some backroom deal.
No, see, I guess my concern is, Mr. Kisner, is that somehow was there a representation that the way the city had to deal with HUD?
That is just not so.
Well, let me finish.
I know what you're going to say. Did I tell them that the only
You-
way they could get to HUD was to use me?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
It's interesting how you can finish my sentences, but you can't remember why you spent $14,000. You're a very intelligent man. Did you pay anyone in the city of Bridgeport any remunerations? Mr. Tisdale, did he ever receive any remuneration from you?
No.
Did you pay any remuneration to any other?
Absolutely not. There's a specific, well, first of all, it's illegal, as you and I both know. But secondly, in my contract, there's a specific paragraph in there that deals with a certification that I and my firm make that we have not used any kind of broker, that we have not used and solicited anyone to get this city business. It's a standard clause in any municipal contract to prevent exactly the kind of thing that you're alluding to.
Mr. Chairman, we have a vote. Let me just check on one more thing. So just to summarize, it's your, you are telling us, one, that you were hired as an attorney, not a consultant.
Yes.
And you're telling us that this committee, that the basis and difference is, what is the difference between the consultant and the attorney? In other words, you were basically a consultant, but why were you hired as an attorney? That's why you consulted with the city. You consulted the city.
Well,
yes.
I counseled with the city.
Okay. And your position is that they needed to hire you as opposed to hiring someone in Bridgeport because of why? Why did they need to go outside Bridgeport to hire someone down in Washington?
Why does any city do that?
I don't know. I don't know. I know why some did, because the only way they could get to Deborah Gordine and others...
No, we're not talking about Deborah Gordine.
No, you asked the question. You asked me a question, I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
Regretfully, many public housing authorities and cities felt that they had to hire consultants, whether you want to call them lawyers or consultants, because that's the way you got to HUD. And the only difference in your case, it seems to me, with the rest, is that your contention is that you played by a different rule.
Well, Mr. Shakes, they didn't hire, first of all, the city of Bridgeport doesn't have a moderate rehab program. So there would be no value in Deborah Gordine having access to her. The city doesn't have a mod rehab program.
How about Jim Baugh? Did you have a relationship with Jim Baugh?
I know Jim Baugh, yes.
Yeah. I
mean, you know I know him.
Yeah, I do know you know him. And my concern is, frankly, that maybe they felt that they needed to hire you in order to make sure that Jim Baugh was making sure that the funds kept coming.
Well, let me tell you, Congressman, I don't know what went through their heads. I can tell you that I never made that representation to them or anyone else. Now, if people make their own assumptions and say, well, we see he's there, he knows X, Y, and Z, it would be a good bet. But I can tell you, I never sold myself on that basis.
So then it would be fair for me to say that the city was not buying your access to HUD. Is that correct?
You know, I can't answer what the city was doing. I can just tell you that the city, like cities all over this country, hire Washington Council to deal with matters in Washington. They want someone close to the center of the federal government. And I have to believe that's what they dealt with. They knew that I was a competent individual, and I got to believe that's what they did. There was never any discussion about what kind of access do you have to certain public officials. Never.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Congressman Shays. Ms. Kisner, we appreciate your appearing, and I wonder if you think it's reasonable if I ask you to submit all the materials that we requested.
Can we just review?
Staff will give you,
Okay.
Staff will sit down with you and give you a full list, mail it to you, would 2 weeks' time be reasonable?
3?
3 weeks' time would
Yeah.
be reasonable. We'll be very happy to make it 3 weeks from today. Our Chief of Staff has a final question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kisner, in addition to developers Perez and Martinez, how many other mod rehab contingent contracts did you enter into?
None that I can recall.
So you were 2 for 2 as far as those contracts coming to fruition. You were batting 1,000.
You might say that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kisner. This hearing is concluded. Good job.
For additional information, contact the House Government Operations Subcommittee at 2157 Rayburn House Office Building in Washington, D.C. The zip code is 20515. Up next, it's a Wednesday news briefing held by Secretary of State James Baker.
C-SPAN 2 programming information is available to our viewers 24 hours a day. For the latest schedule rundown, call 202-628-2205. That's current information about C-SPAN 2's live gavel-to-gavel coverage of the United States Senate and other public affairs events that provide an inside look at government in action.
Coming up next on C-SPAN 2, it's a news briefing conducted by Secretary of State James Baker, who spoke with reporters Wednesday afternoon at the White House News Briefing Room. During the briefing, Secretary Baker addressed several issues related to the upcoming Washington summit. Following his brief prepared remarks, Secretary Baker took questions.